As you can plainly tell, I need to spend a few days to get back into the swing of things, as evidenced by the fact that I was fucking muted. Thank you for that, Stromboli. Acclaim, Stromboli. How y'all doing? Thanks for coming in. Man, you guys haven't heard that one in a while. Oh, boy. While you were gone, I've been catching up on PlayStation Network stuff. Also reviewed my first 3 PS4 titles on Infinite Blacklight. Oh yeah, okay. I'll look at that when I get the chance to. Oh boy. So, I'm back. Kinda. I'm not exactly 100% at the moment. I just really wanted to get some kind of live stream in, just so I could try to get back into the swing of things. I know I still have, I still got a couple of games that I need to get to. I virtually missed the entirety of October, and I know that I need to get to this, I need to get to the whole, like, Ghoul to the Pole thing. For those who may have missed it, Castlevania Symphony of the Night ended up winning the poll. So I'm going to go ahead and play that game on November. I'll try to make that the majority of the... yeah, I kind of have to move the whole like poll thing over to November, but we are doing it. I already saw my Snakes and Ladders review, so what about the other two? Yeah, I still need to look at the other two. Hey, Jusutinku, I hadn't seen you in a minute. How you doing? Let alone to hear that your health's not been in great shape. Here's hoping that things are doing a lot better now, Matt. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I was getting ready to talk about that. I've been gone for a little over a month. Most of you might already know why. Hey, Splat Squid, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. But yeah, I do still need to look at some other reviews of yours. I've been writing a couple of my own reviews as well. I intend to show you like a lot of the stuff that I've been doing over the past month, aside from the recovery process. But we'll get to that in a second. I wrote a list here of things that I thought I figured might want to do today. I'm not going to get to everything, obviously, but I just really wanted to show you guys exactly like what I've been working on, and I also wanted to, most importantly, I wanted to talk about the whole recovery process. That's going to be the first thing. You might have noticed a very small change in the live stream overlay. I said for a while that I wanted to do I wanted to update the overlay. I didn't want to do anything major. I just kind of wanted to change how it looked. And as you can see, I added a bit of a grid trim all around the sides just to add like a little bit of depth, to add a little bit more personality so it didn't look so, flat or gradient. One of the other games I reviewed was Tiny D-Dog for RGB. Yeah, I did see that one. I know you told me about that one. I think I might need to actually play that one in order to, and I guess maybe compare and contrast it to the arcade Dig Dog just to see if there's anything that I would like suggest adding to the review or something that it's a cool change. Yeah, thank you for that. Like I said, I didn't want to do like anything like major to it. Like it was a very small thing, but I just kind of wanted there to be like something there. Just so I could add some kind of flavor to it, some kind of something extra, so it wasn't just just a static like gradient image. But I don't really plan on doing anything more than that, at least not at the moment. I did kind of miss I missed like a very tiny green like line on the side of the stream here because I didn't scale the image properly. But yeah, eventually I'll get to fixing that at some point, but it's not really a priority. But yeah, that's one thing that I added. Again, nothing big, and I might I was thinking about maybe changing the color of the font on the sides and in the I guess footer down there. But so far, I think it looks pretty good as is. I might not need to change anything, but I'll do some experimentation, see if anything needs to change just to make it look blend in with the background any. So, but yeah, that's something that I'll do on my own time. But yeah, that's something that I did. Yeah, that's the first thing I wanted to. Oh yeah, and there's also the this little chat box background here. I also put something there just so I could. Yeah, just so I could, yeah, I had an idea of having, like, some kind of, like, either embevel or emboss in this chat box here. Just to add, I guess, another, like, piece of depth. But I ultimately decided to go with, like, a block out, sort of, grid thing. And I think it ended up working out well. I really like how the actual chat message boxes themselves are lining up with the green trim on the sides. That was a complete accident. I did not intend to do that, but that was something that I did. Okay, I'm already uploading the remaining gameplays of the demos for Steam Next Fest, October 2024, now that it's over. Yeah, I actually did go through pretty much the entire list of platformer games, and I also looked at some of the rhythm games. I looked at some beat-em-ups. I went through a lot of games, and I had to have added like at least, I want to say, 80 games to my wish list. So now I'm gonna have now I got even more games that I have to wait for a sale on. I don't think anything really stood out to me. Oh yeah, I did manage to miraculously find like 2 or 3 platform fighters. I can't remember the names of them for the life of me. The only one that I partially remember is, I think it's called Filter, I think it is. And apparently it's one of those games that's gonna have like its own like solo campaign as well, but yeah, that's really the closest that I remember. Like, there wasn't really anything that really stuck with me, kind of like Nico de Rico. But I added a lot of games, and as I was browsing through the platformers, you really start getting through a lot of like what 4th grade like game maker projects, and they were buried pretty deep in the platformer section. But I got other games to buy, other games to look forward to, more games to add to my already gigantic pile of Steam games that I need to get to. The 3D grid chat box is cool too. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I was really looking for something that that could, like, you know, organically fit with the I guess the overall theme of the you know, the, I guess, cyber like grid sort of aesthetic, while also trying to maintain the while also trying to, you know, organically blend in with the I guess the industrial style of the borders, you know, that pretty much like encapsulates everything. But yeah, that was one thing that I did. As far as you know, graphic design, I was also doing some Smash custom music work. I added a couple of game banners to a couple of game pages. I got back into approving and declining a couple of uploads on Smash Custom Music. I haven't been able to do a whole lot. I still haven't filled out an entire empty page of uploads yet, but I am getting back into them. I am so not looking forward to reviewing those Hi-Fi Rush uploads. Hi-Fi Rush and Caravan Stories. And RZ has a lot of music in it too. Like, there's a lot of you know, I guess group uploads that's pretty much just the entire soundtrack of single games. Like, I've actually been kind of skipping those because I'm honestly kind of dreading having to go through those. But I know eventually I'm gonna have to go through it. In fact, I think I might be the only person who's actually reviewing anything on that website right now. Yeah, everybody else is just kind of, you know, uploading their own music and just reviewing their own shit, approving their own shit. So, I was honestly kind of considering maybe suggesting a review party of sorts. In fact, I think let's see, today, yeah, tomorrow is I thought it was today for some reason, but no, it's tomorrow. Tomorrow is Smash Custom Music's 5th anniversary, and that's specifically SmashCustomMusic.net. Not that was after the website was revived. You know, after it got shut down by Segtendo, or I guess whoever the previous owner was. It honestly kind of feels morbid, considering that we just recently had the 15-year anniversary for, you know, just the entire website as a whole. But tomorrow is going to be the 5th anniversary for the revival of the website. Back when it was originally just called an archival site. Like, it was originally just going to be a site where you could just come back and just download, like, whatever songs you wanted. But it ended up eventually just coming back to life. It's just, like, in the hands of a different person now, so. Okay. So, what's been happening over the past month? That I wanted to talk about. I don't remember all the details, which is kind of the reason why I wrote down a couple of notes here, just so I won't forget. So, I kind of want to start from the beginning here. So, let's go over this. Alright, talk about the diverticulosis found in my... Okay, yeah, so, I've had diverticulosis. It's not really complicated, but let's just start from the beginning. So, like, back in, like, 2021-ish, and yeah, story time with Uncle Neggy, by the way, so grab your popcorn, sip your coffee. So, turn on your fireplace or whatever. Back in 2021, I think it was 2021, I think it was. Maybe it was 2019, 2020. It was a couple of years back. I had my colonoscopy. And during the colonoscopy, they found like a hole like inside of my colon. Initially, they labeled it a fistula, but one of the nurses came in and looked and said, "Wait a minute, that can't be right." Because the thing is, and for those who don't know, a fistula is basically, God, I'm gassy today. Jesus, just had a bottle of water. What's going on? A fistula is an abnormal connection between two organs where there shouldn't be one. In my case, it was like there was a connection between my urinary tract and my bladder. Now, by the time they found this, they didn't initially think... They initially thought that it was a fistula. I probably should have said that first. But when one of the nurses came in and looked at it and said, "Wait a minute, that can't be right." Primarily because fistulas are extremely uncommon in somebody my age. I'm only like 34 years old. Fistulas are more common in like seniors, like from like 60 years, 70 years up or something. So when they initially labeled it a fistula, they thought that maybe it was like a misprint or a misobservation or something. So they decided to go ahead and change it to me just having diverticulosis. And diverticulosis is basically like when you have like little patches, or I guess little pouches in your colon where like small things can get stuck in and it can cause like inflammation and such. And the inflammation is called diverticulitis. The whole like the itis suffix. That's what inflammation means. But the actual condition itself was called diverticulosis. So, and we didn't really like think it was that big of a deal. All I had to do was just limit the kind of food that I had. It wasn't really as heavy as a limit as it was, much later. All I had to do was just limit the amount of, like, small foods, like rice and seeds and such. Things that could get caught in those pouches and could get stuck in there and could, end up causing problems. Baba, is that a, let's see, Pokey... Check. Okay, I thought that was an A tier. Alright. Let's see. Hopefully those sound effects are still working. But, so yeah, we kind of passed it off as just regular old diverticulosis. And it seemed like things were going well. I was doing good with my diet. Nothing really, like we didn't really seem to have any problems throughout a good couple of years. Up until, 2024. I think it started in February 2024. On February 2024, I was basically drinking Mio vitamin water enhancers, and I initially thought that what happened was that sometime in okay, let me read this before we continue, because this is basically chapter 2 of my story. Some notable highlights of my next Fest October 24 playlist. Yeah, I cannot remember for the life of me the names of any of these games. I think the only one that I remember is called Unless, and the only reason I remember that name is because I actually started watching the Lorax movie. I hadn't gotten around to finishing it. I only finished the first act of the movie. I'm really not looking forward to watching the rest of it. Like, it does not look promising at all. But yeah, that's the only reason I remember the title of the game. Basically, Unless it's a 2D platformer. It honestly kind of looks so goddamn much like, hey, thank you for the follow. Sammy Welt, thank you for that. Love your content. Joining next stream with friends. Add me on Discord. Okay, all right. I'll take a look at you once I get the opportunity to. But yeah, the game Unless is it's basically, if you take one look at it, you would have sworn that it was like a spiritual successor to Celeste. That's really all I know about it. So, yeah. I mean, I guess technically I could also say the Ninja Turtles Splintered Fate game. Like, I initially didn't have much of an interest in it, but, since it kept showing up on the front page, I was like, you know what, fine, I'll go ahead and add it to my I'll just go ahead and add it to my wish list and see if somebody is see if I can get it on good sale, or if somebody wants to gift it to me or whatever. Primarily because I didn't really have an interest in it, because one, it was one of those like top-down like beat 'em up games, you know, kind of like what the fuck is it called, Torchlight, or like Diablo or whatever. But it was like it was basically a roguelike, or I guess roguelite as they call it, Diablo style like Ninja Turtles game. So I don't know, maybe I'll like it, maybe I'll buy it, maybe I'll okay. But we'll see. Let's see what else we got here. Castle Doombad Classic. Castle Doombad Classic. I think that's. I remember coming across a Castlevania style aesthetic like game, or I guess Master of Darkness like game. Maybe not necessarily Castlevania. That basically has like the color scheme of a Game Boy. I wonder if that's the game that you're talking about. I remember seeing something like that. That might be the, it might be something else. Okay, Carpocalypse RC Racing. I do remember seeing the name of that game at one point. I don't think I added that one to my wish list, though. I didn't really get a whole lot of time to look at all the racing games. I think I might have added one or two on my wish list. I wish I had more time to do so. Mouse Busters. Ooh, mouse. You know, speaking of that, now that you mentioned the word mouse in there, one game that I actually do distinctly remember seeing, it's called Mouseiker. You take one look at that, and you would have sworn that it was trying to ride the coattails of Pizza Tower. So, like, take one look at that game. Yeah, it's called Mouseiker. It's basically the word mouse and massacre, like, combined into one, like, kind of like almost like you're making a Pokemon name or something. But yeah, like that game fucking screams Pizza Tower. Except it's more like I guess it's much more Skybolt Zack-ish, where you have like kind of a like aerial dash thing. Like just look for it. It's called Mouseiker. All right, Little Big Adventure, Twin Sen's Quest. Wow. Okay, yeah, I know of the Little Big Adventure series. I don't really know all the games that are in the franchise. I highly doubt it's related to Little Big Planet at any reason. Twin Sen's Quest. Twin Sen's Quest. I think I wishlisted one game that had a had basically like a forced co-op mechanic to it. I don't know if this is the one, because I did find a couple of those. Dino Cop. I did see that one. I think that's a first-person like detective game or something. Hop and Marty. I don't think I found that one. Maybe I did. Maybe I did. Like I said, I wish listed like what 80 fucking like platformer games, and I don't remember the names of any of them. That might be one of them. Wild Assault. I do remember seeing that one. I think that was that furry like tower defense, like third-person action-adventure game. I honestly don't remember what the gender it was. I just remember it being a furry game, that's all. Oratorio. I think I saw that one. I don't remember what genre that was. I think tower defense? Either tower defense or some kind of dungeon crawler, some kind of Diablo style game. I honestly can't even guess, but that name does look familiar. Let's see, Dogman. Okay, that one I definitely. Oh wow. Okay, I guess maybe I do remember a couple more games than I initially thought. Yeah, Dogman Mission Impossible. I do remember adding that one to my wish list. I'm looking forward to that one once it comes out. Let's see. Oratorio, if you made Rez into an NES. Oh, that's right. Okay, yes, that's one. Yeah, I did add that one to my wish list. I looked at that and I saw like, wait, yeah, that was part of the rhythm game collection. And I saw this game and I was like, this doesn't look. But you know, to be fair, I did have the audio off when I was looking at the gameplay footage, and I was looking at this and I was like, is this game like an NES Rez or something? Yeah, I definitely know which game you're talking about. Okay, so I might take another look at that one at some point, but maybe with the audio. Let's see. Next up, we've got Rage of the Dragons Neo. Rage of the Dragons Neo. I think that's I do remember seeing the name of that game. I don't remember what it was. I don't remember if it was one of those like Diablo style like isometric games, or if it was a deck builder, because I did kind of browse through like the top suggested list for a second, and I did see a lot of a lot of those isometric games and like turn-based RPGs and deck builders and such. I did see that one. It wasn't really something that I took a lot of interest in. Like, I initially thought that it looked fascinating just because of the art style itself, but then it ended up being, just a genre that I wasn't really up. Okay, let's see what we got here. Rage of the Dragon was a Neo-Geo fighting. Wow, now it's owned by Pico Interactive. Wow, I did not know that. Rage of the Dragon was a fighting game. Huh. Why don't I remember? Maybe I'm thinking of a different game altogether. Rage of the Dragon. I'm probably mistaking it for something else. Because I do remember seeing a Neo-Geo fighting game, like, somewhere in there. But I might be mistaking it for, like, an isometric game or something. Like, I think the art style must have been a lot more colorful than the, than the common, Neo-Geo fighting game, like, Fatal Fury, Garou, King of Fighters. So yeah, I'm probably mistaking it for something else. I'll look at it. I'll look for it, like, on a different time. Alright, what else do we got? Snow Bros 2 Special. I do remember seeing that game before Next Fest. And I don't remember if I added that one to my wish list, because I wanted to try out the original Snow Bros. I think I might have at one point, but I just don't remember. Primarily because I distinctly remember playing, like, a Snow Brothers type game. It's called, fuck, I don't remember what it's called. Nightmare in the Dark, I think it was? Like, it was another arcade game. It had a similar playstyle, but it kind of, like, put its own twist on it. But yeah, I do know about that one. I know that there were a couple of remakes that have been that were featured at Next Fest. What else? We got Wonderful Handhelds. Wonderful Handhelds. I think I saw that one before. Is it one of those like UFO 50 kind of things where it's like just like a collection of retro games? Wonderful Handhelds. Yeah, I do remember seeing one of those games outside of UFO 50. Like, that's a different thing. And I think I also saw, like, another, like, horror-esque, like, stream bait game where you're just going around, like, a haunted house playing retro games, triggering stuff inside of the haunted house. I thought that was a really cool idea. I don't remember what that one's called. Pie in the Sky. I don't think I've seen that one yet. I'm currently uploading the videos of the following demos. The Smurfs Dream. Oh, yeah, I've seen that one a couple of times. I think I finally added that one to my, wish list. The Gregory Horror Show, Soul of Roses. I don't think I'm familiar with that one. Cat Clean Ocean, and Secret Agent Wizard Boy. Yeah, I did see Secret Agent Wizard Boy. I'm sure that game's actually going to get pretty popular for about, like, a few weeks. Because I do remember Blabs on Side-Scrollers talking about that game at one point in time. So it might, it might be popular for a second, kind of like how Jump King was. Anyways, what do we... Amazon: The Explorer's Legacy 2024 remake. I'll have to look for that one. I think that might have been one of the ones that I skipped over. And Care Bears to the Rescue. I was hesitant to add that one to my wish list, primarily because it just looks like one of those games that's just going to be more tailored towards a like significantly younger demographic, and because of that, like, the difficulty might not be might not be up to snuff. Like, I almost didn't wish list that one, but I figured, you know what? If I don't wish list it, I'm probably going to forget that it existed, so might as well just put it on there and just keep a lookout and see. I really want to see the reviews for that game and see if it's something worth picking up. And, yeah, what do we got here? Yeah, the Smurfs Dreams. Yeah, I think the Smurfs Dreams, does that have a roguelike mechanics, because I remember that was another game that I almost didn't add to my my wish list. But I figured, you know what, might as well go ahead and do so. But yeah, I remembered seeing a couple of games that I took interest in. I was honestly kind of surprised that Anton Blast was hidden so deep in the platformer section. I mean, it's not like nobody knows about that game. Like, there's plenty of people that are excited for it. Hell, it was featured in Indie World that came out just I think it was last month. That weird show. It was showcased alongside the Nintendo Direct partner showcase thing. Amberzone: The Explorer's Legacy was originally released for the PS1 and the PC and PS1 in 1999. The PS1 version only came out in Europe. That might explain why I've never heard of it. Juice WRLD, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. My face is not a my face is not a secret to anybody. Like, the thing is, though, my face cam is more of a channel point redemption thing. I just don't really have much of a reason to have it on. But the reason I have it on now is because I'm sure you guys would probably appreciate seeing my face for the first time after, like, you know, a month of nothing. Yeah, this stream is really just going to be more of a just a fuck around and do whatever kind of thing. Also, you're having surgery? No, I had surgery last month, and I was getting ready to talk about that. I already told everybody about the diverticulosis that they found back in like 2019, I think it was, during my colonoscopy, and I was getting ready to continue the story, but I was just looking at the. Glad to have the Retromaster back in action too. What are you talking about, JT? I do not consider myself... I don't really consider myself a master of anything outside of, you know, just being an utter dipshit. Unintentionally. Accidentally. Okay, anyways, the PS4 version came out in Europe, and if you compare the original 2024 remake, it shows how much it needed a modern upgrade like we saw with Myst and Raven. Oh, Riven. I don't think I know about Riven. I had no idea that Myst got a remake. Ooh, gimme ghoul, gimme ghoul, gimme, gimme, gimme. Oh. Hold on. Okay, I'm trying not to put too much pressure on my abdomen here because I'm kind of you know, trying to recover from a bruise over here. I'll talk about that. I'm a master of being a smart aleck. Yeah. Well, I guess we all got to be a master at something. Hey, Jet Engine Cat, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Welcome back. Yeah, welcome everybody back. Holy shit. Oh, man. I really missed you guys. But yeah, that was pretty much everything that was going on during the Steam Next Fest. I'll have to take a look at those games, the Amazon thing and the Rage of the Dragon. But I think I saw Rage of the Dragon at one point during the thing, and I might be confusing it with something else. Alright, so yeah, that was Steam Next Fest. So, I guess we can probably go ahead and begin Chapter 2 of my my little surgery story. So, that was back in 2019. You know, they found a fistula, but then they initially labeled it. They initially labeled it a fistula, but then they changed it to diverticulosis. So, from there on, everything turned out fine. Like I didn't really have to alter my diet all that much. They just said limit the amount of small foods that you eat, like rice and seeds and beans and such. And everything turned out fine. So, fast forward to this year, February 2024. During that time, at around that month, I was used to drinking bottles of water with Mio water enhancers because you know, water by itself is just completely boring. So, you know, I was drinking specifically the Mio Vitamin Orange Tangerine water enhancers. Like, I initially, like, there was a point in time where drinking those would harm my my shoulder blade, and so I had to you know, stop drinking that for a while to see if that recovers. And it ultimately ended up recovering, but that was, you know, that was before. And a couple of months had passed, and I thought, you know what, I'm gonna try it again. I'm gonna see if maybe my you know, maybe like they updated the formula, or maybe they fixed it or something. So February 2024, I got back on the Mio Vitamin Water Enhancers, the orange tangerine flavor. And so I, started putting that in my water, and everything turned out fine. It seemed like the whole like shoulder blade plane wasn't really acting up anymore. But then, eventually, sometime during that month, my urine started burning my urethra. And I thought that was maybe because I started drinking the Mio Vitamin Water Enhancers again. And I'm like, God damn, this thing's really causing a lot of problems, isn't it? So I decided to stop taking that again. Went back to drinking regular-ass water. And I was, I was just waiting a couple of days, just waiting for the burning to pass. A couple of days go by, like, it seemed like the burning was just getting worse and worse. And I started getting really concerned. And I was like, you know what? There's no reason why it should be hurting this badly. I was like, oh god, what the fuck? It hurts so much. Like, what the fuck was going on? I hope to god I didn't get some kind of infection or anything. So I decided to bite the bullet, and I said, you know what? I'm gonna go over to the emergency room, and I want to see what the hell's going on here. So I drove over, I went to the emergency room at my local hospital, and, I sat there and I waited. They took me in. I told them what was going on, and the doctor, he said that he wanted me to take a urine test. So, I had a bottle of water with me, and I decided to drink that. And so they took me to the bathroom. I took my urine test, and it still hurt like hell. And all the while, I was still, I was starting to feel a little ill. Like, I thought I was just getting exhausted from the burning. But, I gave them a urine sample, and then they sent me home with some nullifying medicine that was supposed to essentially cure, the infection. I went back home, I was taking my medicine, and then I spent, like, an entire day just lying in bed, because it turns out that day I actually got a fever. I am so glad that I went to the hospital that day, because I don't know what the hell I would have done if I didn't have any medicine. In between the uploads of the demos, I got around to uploading gameplay videos of various VIC-20 games. I've also been exploring another retro computer for my channel, the Thomson MOTO. Okay, wow, I've never heard that one before. I want to take a look at that one briefly. So, I was taking my medicine, and it didn't really seem like it was getting all that better, because what I did was that I went back to the hospital. They wanted me to take another urine test. And the test came back, and they said, yeah, apparently I had a urinary tract infection. So yeah, they started giving me stronger medicines. They started giving me different kinds of medicines. Throughout the course of 7 or 8 months, I've been taking all these different kinds of antibiotics and different medicines made for the purpose of curing a urinary tract infection, and nothing was working. It didn't seem like anything was. Now, they kept having me taking urinary tests. Most of them would come back positive for the urinary tract infection. There were a few times where it seemed like it went away, but it's like every time it went away, it would just come right back. And I thought, what the hell is going on here? Why can't we get rid of this thing? Let's see, one of the VIC-20 games I recorded was Micro Breakout. Ooh, that sounds interesting. This was one of the games that it wasn't actually included as part of Llama... Oh, wow, really? It wasn't part of Llamasoft? But it was included in the full history of Llamasoft games. Huh, I wonder why they would leave that one out. Now, the Llamasoft game, it does have VIC-20 games in it, right? Or does it not? So yeah, so that's been going on for a couple of months. And, I went to my urologist regularly. We were trying to figure out exactly what was going on. At one point in time, he gave me a rectal exam. And it turned out that my prostate was very tender, and so we thought maybe it was the prostate that was causing this infection. So he gave me medicine that was made for the purpose of treating the prostate. But, throughout all that time, like, my urine still felt either really hot or acidic. Like, every now and then it would still burn the urethra, and it would hurt to urinate. But it seemed like the medicine that he gave me for the prostate, it seemed like that was working, but it didn't seem like it was fixing the urine problem all that much. So I went back to my urologist, and the surgery part's coming up, so we're almost there. So I went back to my urologist, and I told him, hey, okay, so it seems like the prostate is fine, but my urine is still burning, or at the very, like, it's still feeling hot or acidic, or it's still burning occasionally. And my doctor, like my urologist, he said, that is so weird. Like, it should, like I took, like, he specifically told me that, like, after taking, like, 7 or 8 different types of medicines and antibiotics and shit, I remember him distinctly saying, there is not a urinary tract infection in the world that could have survived all of that. I should have been cured by then. And so, we ultimately decided, you know what? We're gonna have to look in there. We're gonna see, like, what's actually going on. So, we scheduled for a cystoscopy. We're getting there. We're almost there. So the cystoscopy, for those who don't know, is basically when they take a tube that has a camera inside of it, and they basically, like, shove it inside of your penis, and they do all this while you're awake. They basically shove it inside of your penis so they can look at all over your all around the tract. They can look inside of your bladder to see what's going on. And apparently, like, some people react to it relatively well. Some people don't. Some people, like, are, like, extremely sensitive to it. I was unfortunately one of the people who was extremely sensitive to it. Like we were doing the cystoscopy that day. Like, you would have thought that they were fucking torturing me in there. I was screaming like a bitch in there. And I even ordered the laughing gas. The laughing gas is also the laughing gas is supposed to like, nullify the pain, but it still fucking hurt. Like, can you imagine, like, how it would have felt if I didn't have that? Like, God, that was torture. But like I said, like, some people react to it differently. Like, some people, like, for some people, it's nothing at all. But unfortunately, I was not one of those people. So, that's the cystoscopy. Okay, one of the games at the Llamasoft collection was Jeff Minter's take on Centipede. He made a Centipede clone for the Sinclair ZX81 without actually playing the actual game. As a result, his Centipede doesn't let you move up and down, as well as the Centipede actually firing back on you. Interesting. I do remember playing a Centipede clone that was part of the, that was part of a, like, a shareware disc that had, like, a collection of demos on it. It was, like, back in the, late 90s. The game is called Megapede. I don't think that's a Llamasoft game. I think that was made by Cheesy Software or something. But yeah, I don't think I've ever played the Llamasoft version. I've had a big long tube shoved down my throat, but penis, hell no. Yeah, man, it was torture. But yeah, that is a thing that happens. And the fact that they do it, like, while you're awake? Jesus Christ, the fact that you actually have to experience that? Like, that did not feel good, but it was something I was willing to go through. It was something that I wanted to do. And if it turned out that the infection was cleared up, then, this cystoscopy will say, for an absolute fact that there was nothing wrong with me and I was just being paranoid. But, even though, the thing is, though, I forgot to mention this too. For a good couple of months, I think it might have actually started during, in February. I've been complaining, I'm sure you guys remember this, I've been complaining on stream every now and then about how air was coming out of my urethra, like whenever I would go to the bathroom and I would urinate. You know, at the end of my urination, there would just be like a sputter of air coming out at the end, almost like, and the urine would ultimately end up coming out all like, you know, foamy and such. Like it honestly kind of sounded like there was a like it kind of went like well, like there was really no other way to describe it. There was just air coming out of the urethra. I didn't know if it was air or if it was just like an uneven stream or whatever. But I kept complaining about that. So that was pretty much how we that was the main thing that really warranted the cystoscopy. So we got done with the cystoscopy, after I finished screaming my balls off. Everything was done. I was taking a deep breath. I was just trying to focus on breathing. Like, I honestly could, like, it hurt so goddamn badly that I didn't even know if I was getting enough air in my lungs. So I just started focusing on maintaining a steady rhythm instead of, trying to get air in my lungs. Like, my god, that was torture. But that lasted for a couple of minutes. I was wondering, when the fuck is it gonna end? When the fuck is it gonna end? But eventually it did end. And shortly afterwards, I took a second to, regain my composure. And, I was just trying to breathe. And so, after that, my urologist came to me and said, "You have a fistula." Yeah, remember that fistula that I talked about back in my colonoscopy? They initially labeled it a fistula, but then they decided to change it to a diverticulosis thing. Yeah, it turns out that actually was a fistula, and that would actually explain, the air coming out of my urethra. That was what was causing it. It's just that it wasn't. It's just that back when they first found it during the colonoscopy, the effects weren't really taking full effect. Yeah, it didn't really start taking effect until around like near the beginning of 2000 whatever. Let me go ahead and catch this. Hey JT, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. I'm back. Yeah, I was just talking about my my little journey through hell, shall we say. But yeah, wait, whoa. Ultra doesn't have two L's in it. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to keep a lookout for those event spawns. But yeah, so let's see, where did I leave off? So yeah, that diverticulosis thing that they initially thought was like in my colon back in 2019. Yeah, my urologist said that it turned out to be a fistula, and the whole like air coming out of the urethra thing wasn't really taking effect until like near the beginning of 2024. And I was also having problems with like an occasional spasm like happening near the pelvic area, so that might have been the fistula, finally hitting its stride and finally, taking its form, finally starting to cause all these problems that I've been having to deal with for the majority of 2024. Yeah, you got it. So yeah, it was a fistula. So after that, we decided to go ahead and set up an appointment with a surgeon who specializes in working with the bladder. So we set up that appointment. He said, "Okay, we're going to schedule the surgery. Wake up. We're getting there. We're here. We're at the surgery now." So what the surgery entails is that... Hold on. The OBS thing is kind of crapping out on me again. I want to make sure that the stream doesn't die out. Okay. So, yeah, basically what the surgery entails, it was a 5-hour procedure, and what they did was that they cut, like, 5 small holes, like, all over my stomach, and then they would cut one large hole, like, yeah, directly under the, gut, where the, where my, I guess where my bladder was located, so I guess I don't know if I can show you, like, on stream, like, the incisions themselves, but I can kind of point to the locations of the holes. So, I have one here, and by the way, they're about this big. They're about the size of a, I guess, like the size of a, like, a cut-up millipede or something. So yeah, they're about this size. So they had a hole here, they had one here, they had one here, one here, and one here. And all of these holes that I have in my stomach here were primarily for the purpose of, like, moving the colon around. Because what they were going to do was they were going to cut out a piece of my colon just so they could, you know, rearrange, you know, what was all up here. You know, just so they could, you know, re-sew everything back together. And then they also have a, I also got an incision somewhere around here. Now this one was relatively larger. It was basically like double the size of one of these. It was like this big, right around here. And this is where the majority of the surgery took place. So they cut that open, and this is where this was basically where the fistula was located, along with the diverticulosis. And during the procedure, and I was scared out of my goddamn mind, too. Like, it was my first time ever being under the knife, so. But I knew it was something that needed to get done. Like, you know, I couldn't live with, you know, having a heavily limited diet, you know, for the rest of my life. So it was something I needed to do. So they were able to cut out the fistula. There is no longer a connection between the urinary tract and the bladder. And they also ended up cutting out 8 inches of my colon. Because they wanted to make sure, like, I think the diverticulosis was only about, like, 5 inches wide, 4 inches wide, but they cut out 8 inches because they wanted to make damn sure that there was no longer a problem. And also to prevent, like, maybe future problems as well. So, that was the surgery. The whole thing lasted, like, 4 or 5 hours. You know, the urologist was involved in the surgery, basically looking at the, I guess maybe to like confirm like where the surgery was, and also to make sure that I didn't have an infection as well. But yeah, he did his thing, and what he also did was that he, you know, after the surgery was done, I woke up from the anesthesia. And it's funny, like, the first thing that I did was, when I woke up, I was going, ah! Like, I knew that I was doing that, but I didn't have any control over that. I don't know what the hell I did. I was basically turning into Colossus or some shit. But yeah, I first, I'm so scared that my balls are getting this tingly. I'm sorry, Juicy Tingu, but hey, listen, I was scared too, and I think, you know, knowing this kind of stuff, in case you have to go through something like this, you know, I think it's important that you know exactly, like, what I had to go through, just so you can better prepare for something like that, you know, just in case. But yeah, I know it's a scary thing. Like, I was scared too, but I was like, I gotta go through with it. You know, I had to stay strong. I can do this. And I will do this. Because once it's all said and done, yeah, it's hell having to deal with it, but once it's all said and done, you're gonna be golden. And I guess now I am. I guess like maybe I'm a slightly dusted golden, though. I'm not 100% at the moment, but I'm better now. I'm glad you're doing better now. Hey, Fighting! How you doing? Thanks for coming in. Glad you're doing better now, Citizen. Lots of Googling on my side. Yeah, I was getting ready to, Oh, no, that's not me. Oh, no, I wasn't talking to you, Juice Tango. I was talking to, Juice World. Yeah. I know it's easy to make that mistake. You know, primarily because you two have a similar syllable in your usernames. I'm listening. I'm listening attentively. Yeah, thanks for sticking around, guys. But yeah, I really wanted to talk to you guys about what's been going on. But anyways, at the surgery. So I woke up from the surgery. I showed you my my incision. Well, I didn't show you. I don't know if I can show you. I don't know if that's like against TOS, but yeah, I have 5 incisions there, on the stomach, and then one big one. Wait, did I say Jusutega? Oh, I'm sorry. I think I must. I don't know. I think I probably I didn't know what I was saying. Sorry about that. Yeah, sometimes I say something and I don't even I'm not even aware of what I'm saying. Like, some people would say like sometimes somebody would say, I guess someone would say like maybe Luke Vader instead of Darth Vader. But it's just one of those things. But thanks for pointing that out regardless. Okay, so after the surgery, I woke up. I did the whole Colossus thing. Oh! And I woke up. I also woke up with it's okay, man, no mess. So you were saying, yeah, so I was saying I also woke up with a catheter inside of me. If you guys have been paying attention to what I said on Discord, I had a catheter inside of me that I had to that I had in me for about 3 weeks. Initially, it was going to be like 6 weeks, but then like another appointment popped up, and we were able to take it out earlier. But that's jumping the gun. So this catheter, basically what it is that it's this long tube that goes inside of your penis. And it basically sticks in your bladder. What it is that there's a balloon on the end of this on the end of the tube, and they inflate the balloon. Like once they stick it in there, they inflate the balloon primarily for the purpose of keeping the catheter in there, so you don't accidentally pull it out. Then it just goes right out through your penis. I'm not gonna undress for anybody, kinda. But, it comes out of your penis, and then what it does is that it goes through, I wanted to show you guys at the very least this. It goes through this. So what this is a Foley securement device. The tube basically goes through here, down your leg, primarily for the purpose of the tube inside of the penis, like not moving around so it doesn't irritate easily. Didn't really do a whole lot for me, but actually I think it might have. No, never. But anyways, what they did was that they would take this they would open up the clip here, you can see here, and you can basically turn it however you want, just so you can just to make it easier to move. And then they would take that, they would close this, just to keep it from moving. And apparently they said that you could shower with it, all you want. I hadn't taken it off yet, just because I wanted to show you guys. But it held on relatively well. It, as you can see, it's starting to come off a little bit. But they did give me another one of these just in case this one fell off. Yeah, while I was showering and I was getting it all wet and such. But yeah, they did that, and but yeah, as far as the tube goes, it goes down there, and then where it goes is that it extends like a couple of feet, and it all basically goes inside of it. All basically connects to this. It's just a bracket to hold the tube in place, or nah, it's just a bracket. It holds the tube in place primarily for the purpose of preventing the tube going inside of the penis from moving around and such. That way it minimizes the uncomfortable feeling that you'd have to go through. Like if it was if the tube was jiggling and jangling all over there, basically causing problems. So yeah, that was the purpose of the securement device. But yeah, it was for holding the tube in place. And then the tube goes through that, and it goes inside of this, you can use it to hold your headphone cable. You know what? Actually, I never considered that. Shit. Because I know that I've been having problems with this cable, you know, bonking all over the place. But I think I might have to stick it somewhere else, because this thing's getting ready to fall off anyway. So yeah, I'm gonna have to, you know, put some alcohol on that. I think I need to find a different place to secure this thing. Maybe I'll secure it to my chair. That sounds like a good idea. But that's a good idea. I never actually thought of that. Thank you for that. So anyways, the catheter, you know, the tube goes inside of this box. It's a, can't remember if it was plastic or aluminum, but it goes inside of the box, and then the box is tied to, like, this bag that holds even more urine. Yeah, because for those who may not know, the whole purpose of a catheter is for the urine to go in through the tube and into the box, primarily for the purpose of the incision, you know, giving the incision, you know, time to heal. You know, there's nothing passing through it, and that's basically what the purpose of that is. But yeah, the box is basically, I think it held like 500 milliliters of urine, and then the bag held 2,000 milliliters of urine. And what you would do is that when your catheter bag or box was getting full, like, I would try to empty it like every now and then. What you would do is that you would just go to the bathroom, and there's the catheter. It had like this little this other like tube. It had like a valve at the end of it, like on the bag. What you would do is that you would hold the valve over the toilet, and then you would open the valve, and then you would empty the urine into the toilet. And the fact of the matter, you know, the fact that I had to get up and walk to the bathroom while this thing was inside of me, boy, that was also hell. But, you know, one step at a time. So that's what the catheter is for. It's primarily just for letting, you know, the incision heal. And luckily there was nothing wrong with the bladder itself. So I didn't need to put a bag to collect feces or anything. That would have been even worse. But yeah, so I was in the hospital. I stayed at the hospital for one night. Ooh, go Geist. And I also got a visit from Mossy Fox. You know, she was there. She was helping me, you know, getting comfortable. She was getting me stuff. And, you know, for pretty much the whole day that I was there, I was having such a terrible time trying to keep my eyes open. Like, I remember asking for eye drops at one point. But, like, I just couldn't keep my eyes open for, like, longer than, what, 2 seconds? Like, it was hell, man. But, you know, every now and then, the room service, they would, you know, they would bring me food. They would bring me, you know, refreshments and stuff. Now, of course, throughout that time, I had to be on a very, very light diet. Interestingly enough, the surgeon had put me on a low-fiber diet, which I thought was really weird. And yeah, going to the bathroom was really hard. You know, primarily because my penis was constantly, you know, scraping up against the tube, and it would hurt so goddamn much. But yeah, I'll read that in a second. But yeah, I spent a day in the hospital. I think Mossy Fox had uploaded an image of her and me while I was in the hospital bed. And while I was in the hospital bed, there's actually one more thing I want to show you. Nothing major, and it's not like, this is not risky. So this is the gown that I would wear. I've actually got 2 gowns here. I think it's 2 or 3. I think I have 3 gowns in here, yeah. 2 or 3, I don't remember how many. I think it's just 2. But yeah, this is the gown that I would wear, you know, for the majority of the time while I was... Hey, Stromboli getting the present, good job. But yeah, I would wear this for the majority of the time, for the majority of the month, the majority of the 30 days that I was, you know, recovering. Yeah, I would wear this while I had the catheter in me, primarily so I could have an easier time, you know, getting up and going to the bathroom without having to worry about putting on clothes. Anything that's had to do with your penis will most likely hurt. Yeah, most likely, yeah. Especially in my case. But like I said, some people, you know, some people deal with it fine, some people don't. I, unfortunately, did not. But yeah, this is what I would wear. They would have a, so they would have like a little, yeah, these buttons here would be for, so that you didn't have to, put your arms through any sleeves. That way you can just unbutton this, and then you can just kind of put it on, and you have to put it on in the front too. And it would also have like a little you know, shirt pocket here, and it also had a hole in it. In fact, I can actually show you the back because this thing's inside out. It has a little hole in it. I think they put this here in case they needed to like put any wires in there. I just really wish that they had you know, put either Velcro or a zipper here, you know, just in case you didn't need to use it. But yeah, this is what I pretty much wore, you know, for the entire time that my catheter was in me, and shortly after they had taken it out. So yeah, I left the hospital. So yeah, a day after, yeah, I spent a day at the hospital, and then I left, and I pretty much spent the majority of my time just lying in bed and not doing anything. And I did have somebody coming over to you know, check my catheter box. And yeah, if somebody else wanted to empty the catheter box, what you would have to do is that you would have to basically like empty the urine in its own separate container, and then just take that container over to the toilet and then empty it out there. So yeah, I had somebody doing that. Hey, Ridley, how you doing? Thanks for coming back. Yeah, I'm back. I was just telling you guys what's been going on with me over the past month. So yeah, I was being you know, I was being fed a lot of light stuff. Like again, I was on a low fiber diet. You know, I was primarily just eating eggs and turkey sausage and such. I was having applesauce and Greek yogurt. So yeah, I was happy to see you alive and kicking. Yeah, I'm happy I'm alive and kicking as well. Yeah, I was just going through my my journey through the hell that was 2024. So yeah, I was in bed, just not being able to do anything, and I had to try to get up so I can just, you know, walk around the place for a little bit, just so I could try to get the my bowels working again, you know, because, you know, primarily because of the liquid-only diet that I had to go through on the day before the surgery. And then we had to, then I had to get my bladder back in working order. So yeah, I've just been sitting there just doing that for like 3 weeks. It was originally gonna be 6 weeks, but luckily they found an earlier opening. I really only needed to have that catheter inside of me for 2 weeks, but I guess maybe the 3rd week was good for, like, I guess insurance purposes. I don't know if I would have been able to do 6 weeks though. Like otherwise, like, I still would have had the catheter inside of me right now, but luckily that's not the case anymore. So, 3 weeks pass. I managed to get my ass out of bed, and I managed to, you know, go over to the urologist, you know, with the handbag catheter. And there's another version of the catheter that's actually a lot more portable, and they tie it to your leg. Yeah, but that's primarily for the purpose of, like, if you're actually going to go somewhere, if you're going to go out of the house, but luckily I didn't need to go anywhere. Not to mention, it was also smaller, so that would mean I would have to get up way more often, you know, just to empty, like, this tiny little thing. So I decided to just go with the, you know, with the handheld thing. It held way more urine, and and I was happy with it. So, that was a thing. So anyways, we went to the urologist's office. And that was primarily for that appointment was primarily for the purpose of removing the catheter. Now, luckily, that wasn't going to be, you know, that fucking cystoscopy hell that I went through, the fucking torture chamber thing. I initially thought that all they were going to do was just take the catheter out, but it turns out they were actually going to do a little more than that. Understandable, because what they were doing was that they wanted to take a couple of x-rays at around where the bladder area is, you know, just to make sure that hold on. OBS is skipping again. Okay. So yeah, they were taking a couple of x-rays because they wanted to make sure that the incision was healed up and that there were no more complications. And the way that they did it was that they they took the catheter off of this securement device. And what they would do is that they would start pouring dye and water into the catheter, you know, going right up through the penis and into the bladder. And wow, that was so uncomfortable. Not just uncomfortable, it hurt like hell. It didn't hurt as badly as the catheter. I know, right? Yeah. You know, Juice WRLD, he said the same thing, something similar. But yeah, it would go up the urethra into the bladder. And he told me to say stop if I felt like I needed to go to the bathroom. And the water was really cold too, and they had to do that a couple of times because they got a couple of things supposed to go inside. I know, right? But you know, it was something I had to go through. But yeah, they put in dye and water in through the catheter, and they were taking photos. And I was constantly tapping out because I was just so scared for my life. I was so nervous. It hurt so much. And yeah, for the greatest good. A greater good than your wife. So yeah, they did that. And they looked at the x-rays. They saw that everything was good. And then after that, that was the moment when they said, okay, now we're going to take out the catheter. And yeah, the doctor did kind of yank on the catheter a few times while he was, putting the dye into the, inside of it. But eventually we had to take it out. And yeah, the moment when they did take it out, like, it hurt just as much as when they were putting the cystoscopy camera inside of me. Yeah, I went right back to screaming like a little bitch. Like you would have, the whole torture chamber, like, Saw movie screaming thing. Luckily, that the actual, like, pulling of the catheter out, that only lasted for like 3 seconds. Yeah, I think he took it out relatively quickly, which is understandable. But the after sting was just so. How in the world else am I supposed to describe it other than just it hurt like hell? After everything was out, like, I was still I was in shock basically. I was trying so hard to cope with it, and I was still having a hard time, trying to stand up because I had that catheter inside of me for so long. Love how doctors don't give a fuck if you're uncomfortable or in pain. Yeah, he didn't seem to, which is funny considering that he didn't really seem to be like that bad of a doctor, all the other times, when he would be talking to me, when he would be like explaining stuff to me. But, during the actual operation itself, he, I really wish that he would have given me, like, some kind of a, 3, 2, 1 countdown, just so I could better prepare, so I could take a couple of deep breaths. But yeah, during the catheter removal process, I did not have any laughing gas, which is understandable considering I probably didn't need it anyway. At least I didn't think I did. It probably would have been a waste anyway, but like I said, the actual removal process, it wasn't as egregious, but it still hurt really fucking badly. Countdown? Nah, we chopping now. But yeah, it still would have been nice if they gave me some kind of notice, some kind of warning, some kind of something, just so I could, better prepare for it. Because I wouldn't have told him to stop anyway, because I knew it was something that needed to get done, and I was willing to go through with it. I just really wish that I just really wish that I could have at least held my breath at that moment, but it was all done. You know, they took the catheter out, and so for a few days afterwards, I think it was about like 1 or 2 days, I was pissing myself for a good while because my body was still trying to get used to you know, going to the bathroom. And the doctor said, the urologist did say that my urine was going to be burning for a few days, at least 2 or 3 days. So what I did to prepare was that I actually bought a couple of Depends diapers in preparation for that. Luckily, I didn't need a whole lot. I only needed like maybe 2 or 3. But yeah, on the way home, I had somebody driving me, by the way. You know, I was just in so much, you know, shock, so much pain. And, yeah, I did pee myself a couple of times. At least everything went down well. Happy for you. Yeah, thank you for that. So yeah, that was the, so yeah, that's when I, you know, ultimately began my really, Body's all like, what's urine? Oh god, there's urine all over this body. Why did I even invent urine? It's so gross. So yeah, after the catheter was removed, then the doctor said that I was allowed to eat anything I wanted. I was allowed to have, like, caffeinated drinks. I could have spicy foods. I could have carbonated drinks. I could have, you know, I could have more salted foods than usual. I was pretty much back to a regular-ass diet. And of course, I still took it easy because my body was still trying to recover. In fact, my body is still currently trying to recover. You know, I'm still, you know, it's still trying to adapt to the, like, they basically put in, like, a new, like, colon. You know, like my body pretty much has to, it has to adapt to pretty much new everything. That's great, actually. Yeah, like I said, you know, once everything was said and done, I was pretty much going to be finally back to living a normal life. Now, of course, I'm still technically in this recovery process at the moment because, one thing that I forgot to mention is that I'm not gonna show you anything. No, it's over here. I have a bruise over here, like under one of the incisions. Every now and then, it would act up, and I wouldn't be able to move. So I'm actually trying to not sit up right now because then it would end up you know, irritating the bruise here. So, I'm okay today, but I do know that it's, like, it comes and goes, and I keep forgetting that I need to ease up on it. Let me catch this thing. Take it easy, don't go wild with anything. Yeah, but yeah, the surgeon did specifically say that I wasn't, that I need to avoid lifting anything or doing any, you know, strength training or lifting anything heavy for about 2 or 3 months. You know, that'll give my body, you know, a chance to, you know, recover. And, let's see, what else do I have to avoid doing? I guess just avoid, using this, avoid using the, you know, muscle. Don't try to lift yourself, at least not often. Like the incisions themselves, they didn't really cause that much pain, you know, outside of the one that's under the abdomen. You know, that was also pretty problematic, but that seems to have settled down. It's just this one bruise here. And the reason why there's a bruise here is primarily because one of the arms during the surgery, it went in at an angle, and that ended up causing, like, problems. So that's the main reason why I have that. No weightlifting, no stretching in weird ways, probably. Yeah, no stretch. Yeah, don't do anything that would, you know, irritate the incisions or anything that would irritate the bruise. Yeah, that's basically what that is. Whew, boy. I was honestly kind of thinking maybe, you know, turning the ceiling fan onto a higher thing, because I don't know if this air conditioner is really doing it. Every now and then I would still feel like the, I guess, like the hot sweats. But yeah, so, I've been, yeah, it's currently been I think I had the surgery on September 20th. It's been 31 days since the surgery, and I think it's been about, I think 7 days since I had my catheter removed. It might have been a little longer. I might be doing my math wrong, but yeah, I've been trying to keep you guys updated on what's been going on throughout the month, and now here I am. Here I am doing a live stream, and I'm still technically taking a risk right now doing this live stream because my body still hasn't fully healed it yet. But as you can see, I am able to wear clothes now. I'm only able to wear like light clothes, just so it doesn't irritate the incisions. I can wear whatever shorts I want now. Now, unfortunately, I'm still not able to drive. I still have to wait. I still have to wait a few more weeks before I can, get back to, get back to driving. In other words, spend 5 months in low energy consumption settings to be extra safe. Yeah, that's basically what it is. Which unfortunately means that I won't be able to play DDR or Step Mania. I won't be able to go to the arcade or play Pump It Up. So, yeah, that's one birthday idea shot out the fucking window. Oh, boy. But, yeah, that's what I've been going through. In fact, I still have my old diapers here that I've been holding on to. I have they're inside of a trash bag right now. I don't know if I can show you on stream, but I only, yeah, no, it's Picross for me, mister. God, I haven't played Picross 2 on Game Boy in a very long time. Yeah, keep your brain busy, but not your body. Keep your brain busy, but not your body. I was actually reviewing a couple of games in order to keep my brain busy. During my downtime, in order to keep my brain muscles happy and healthy. Boy. But yeah, that's what I've been going through. So yeah, and I'm still kind of technically going through it right now. So if this bruise starts acting up, then that means I'm not really going to be able to do anything for the day. In fact, I'm actually kind of starting to feel it irritate a little bit. Maybe I shouldn't be sitting like this. I basically have to pick myself up with my arms. But sometimes every time it comes back, it only lasts for a few hours, but goddamn, it is hell, especially when you're trying to sleep at night. It fucking keeps you up and you feel like you can't do anything. That sucks. Letting your brain go stale is the worst thing that can happen to anybody, but that ain't gonna fucking stop people from not thinking. Welcome to the real world. The world's gonna move on without you if you don't learn to be stupid with the rest of us. Okay, well, I'd rather be an asshole than stupid. But yeah, I've kept my my Retroid Pocket company. I've been keeping my brain busy with video game. Why think? Oh wait, I'm the one saying it's a bad thing not to think. But yeah, I've had my Retroid Pocket on backup just so I could have something to do. I started Digimon World DS just so I could pass the time, see if I can get achievements and something during my downtime. And also during that time, I wanted to show you guys this. Let me go ahead and whoa. Yeah, I wanted to show you a couple of the games that I've been playing on my downtime, and I was also hunting for some achievements. Whoa. God damn it. Okay. I think that was just icy. World DS. Never played that one. Yeah, I haven't either, but from what I played so far, it is a very, very dull RPG. Like, there's not really much of a story. Basically, all it is just, like, going through story beat after story beat after story beat. I don't really mind there being a bland story, but it just takes so long getting through a lot of stuff. Like, it basically has, like, the same problem that Digimon World 3 has, where, like, it's like going through each individual option in the menu takes, like, 3 years. And the fast forward button didn't really seem to be doing a whole lot. But it does seem like one of those. It does seem to have like a much more like unique like battle system going for it in comparison to Digimon World 3, where you can actually have like 3 Digimon out on the field and they all occupy like one of 5 different lanes. But it seemed a little easier to get into, and it also seems to it also has a like a farming I don't know why I did this. It has like a farming mechanic in it, where you can we can actually raise Pokemon, raise Digimon like in their own farms, and like every time like a day passes, in a sense, okay, this was actually warranted. Every time a day passes, they actually level up, like while you're out doing stuff. It's a really cool. I think it's a really cool idea that probably. I don't remember seeing that in any Pokemon game. And another thing too is that in this DS game, each of the Digimon, they only have like their own. They all have like their own different level thresholds. Like baby Digimon can only level up to like 13 or so. And then you have to digivolve them up to like their champion forms and such, and then they can level up to like say like 36 or something, and then you keep digivolving until they you know reach their maximum potential. World 1, 2, and 3 are hell in different ways. They are not bad, but they have so many issues. Yeah, I remember saying that I wanted to play Digimon World 2 because it seems like that seems to be the most popular one, but I never really got around to it, unfortunately. I have it on my Retroid right now, but I never got around to it. If World 3 takes hours, World 2 takes years, not even more. Raise Pokemon and Digimon, no. That was a missed thing. But luckily there does exist a few passwords in the game that you can enter like super early on. Like, you could probably make that the very first thing that you do in that game, where that could make the game easier for you, because like without them, like the game is like you have to spend so much time grinding and like leveling up your Digimon and digivolving and such. But there's like 3 passwords that you can enter. 2 of them's for like unique Digimon that can give you a pretty good head start. In fact, I think you can actually beat like the first half of the game with just these 2 Digimon by themselves. And then the third password is basically equipment that you can put on your Digimon that increases like specific statistics to 100 or something. But yeah, they are rarely very useful. It's essentially like the super easy mode of Digimon World DS. So if anybody has any interest in starting those games, then there you go. A level capping system is probably a tweaked version of the World 2 level capping. I need to check it out myself. Okay, yeah, it's probably not something that you'll get into, but and yeah, there's no dungeon crawling. And also another problem is that the random encounters, I think they happen way too often, especially for the amount of time that it takes to get from one menu option to the other. Like, it takes about like what 4 or 5 seconds per per menu selection or something. Yeah, almost like Digimon World 3. But I think it might actually be worse in this game. But yeah, if you're going to look to, let's see, not get into, I only mastered World 2. Ah, okay, I see. Well, I think this one might actually be easier for you, bizarrely enough. Which is funny for me to say, considering I've never actually played Digimon World 2. I can only go off of, like, you know, testimonies and from, you know, other, witnesses, victims, whatever you want to call them. World 1, even if I love it, I can't get the last achievement. And what is the last achievement exactly? Yeah, I know I had a couple of other messages that I needed to get to before I move on. World 3, I'm only lacking the card minigame related to... the card minigame. Yeah. Yeah, I think you have to do, I think you might have to grind for card mons in order to get the, the good card packs in that game. But, you know, I have heard somebody say that apparently, like, the real battle in the card minigame actually primarily takes place in the, during the phase where you're using your power-up cards and not necessarily, like, in the actual Digimon placing phase. But yeah, it kind of sounds to me like the those power-up cards are probably going to be, like, your primary arsenal. The achievement I'm missing from World 1 is the one that requires you to get a perfect game on the curling minigame. That sounds like it's going to take a lot of fucking precision. I don't know if there's any luck that's involved, but if there is, I can understand, like, why you'd mistake it as such. Like, the closest that I've ever gotten to doing, like, a perfect run in any kind of, I guess, like, outdoor game or any kind of, like, bar game or something is mastering the achievement set for the Game Boy Color version of Mario Golf. My god, the fact that you have to get the fucking one-on-one putt challenge, Jesus Christ. That took a hell of a long time. The fact that you, like, and it's not enough to just sink the ball into the hole in 2 strokes. No, you have to get on the green on your first stroke and then sink the ball on your second stroke. Like, you can't just putt from the fairway on your second stroke. It has to be from the green. And if you see, like, the size and the shapes of some of these greens, like the greens themselves, they're actually harder to get than sinking the balls too. And you also have to hope to God that that you have the right statistics set up, and you have to hope that each hole has, you know, the right wind playing, like, in your favor. Like, it's hell. Like, that was not easy. Ton of luck. Oh, I don't doubt that. Even the kind of thing is you get each game is luck. Oh wow, really interesting. Wow, I can't believe that curling takes luck. Like, you'd think it would have been, like, much more physics based. Boy, I'm actually really curious to look that one up. Okay, but yeah, that was pretty much the one game that I was playing for the majority of the time. Or I guess maybe half the time. I think I got started on that one after I finished, well, I'll show you here in a second. Let me go ahead and pull this up real quick. So, during my time, there's a couple of, let's see, I think Legacy of Goku 2 I mastered before the surgery. I think that was 2 days before. But, let's see, I mastered ActRaiser on September 24th. That was actually during my recovery process. I remember having a hard time with the professional mode in this game, to the point where I actually ended up looking up a couple of speedrun videos to see how they did it, just to make my job easier. And I also wrote a review on this game, too, during my downtime as well, so I guess we'll take a look at that in a second here. Let's see, it's physics-based, but there's a lot of jank in there. The game might literally glitch out and delete some of your pieces, because why? Oh my god, wow, that must be hell to have to deal with. In fact, you know, something similar happened to me when I was trying to master the achievement set for American Idol on the Game Boy Advance. That one song, I'm a Believer, like, that's supposed to be the hardest song in the game, but it wouldn't be that big of an issue if it weren't for the fact that sometimes when the screen like changes from one perspective to the other, like most of the time actually, the inputs just wouldn't register at all. Like, that song is actually literally broken. It boggles my mind how people are actually able to master that game just because of that one song. I think that might actually be the one achievement that I have missing that's preventing me from mastering it. So I ultimately ended up dropping it altogether. That kind of hurt. You weren't a big enough believer then. Hey, well, sometimes things change. Of course, I'm not a believer in, you know, what you might think of I'm a believer in. But, you know, I was basically just holding on to hope, and I made it through. But yeah, I mastered the achievement set for ActRaiser, and apparently this game actually went through a revision at some point. So I'm glad that I mastered this game after after that. And I had to play through the game a couple of times because there were a couple of missables in there. In fact, I probably go into more detail during my review of this game. So we'll take a look at that in a few minutes here, or maybe an hour, to, you know, given the rate that I'm doing this stuff here. So yeah, I did that. I worked on ActRaiser most of the time. Then I jumped into a Digimon World DS. I think I'm only in the. I think I'm only doing the third Digimon Tamer rank. I think the Tamer ranks are essentially the gym badges of sorts, but except instead of gym badges, you're doing like, you know, important tasks for like certain people and certain other Digimon of sorts. So yeah, I just started the third rank, I guess you could say, the third chapter maybe. And the game doesn't really seem to have much of a story. In fact, I don't think it really has a story at all. There might be one going on the side, you know, kind of like the common Pokemon game, but I hadn't really, you know, cared to, you know, Digimon Tamer rank is different for each game, so I have no idea for that one. Yeah, I think the Tamer rank thing in Digimon World DS, it's basically just a storyline progression thing. It's not really something that you really need to pay attention to. It's something that you just natively get, like, on your own, you know, while you're progressing through the story. You know, what little there is. But the game does actually have like a couple of side quests that, you know, your own Digimon will send you off on. But most of it is basically just go to like a certain field and then go pick up a item and then come back. And that's really all it is. So in terms of catch up with my end of things, it's a lot to send shortly, so I'll say what I have to say after this tangent. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, take your time. World 2 is probably the worst Tamer rank system, honestly. Really? Wonder what's that one like? Boy, I can't wait to hear this. Okay, so yeah, mastered the achievement set for ActRaiser. And then later on during my recovery process, when I was getting a little better, I think I actually started playing... Let's see, I mastered this one on October 2nd. I think I still had the catheter inside me at that time. October 5th, October 6th. Maybe? So let's see, I had the catheter in me for 3 weeks. The surgery was on the 20th, so that would mean... 27th? Huh. So I think I might have actually, I think I started mastering these when I was, Yeah, I think I was still in bed while I was in mastering these, and I think this was like getting close to when my when it came time to remove the catheter. So yeah, I think I had it removed on. I can't remember. I think it was last week. Maybe it was earlier than that. I don't remember. Okay, you raise it via a tournament. Really? There are 9 levels, but they are locked depending on your progression in the main story. Wow. Why would they do that? At 2 points of the game, an NPC will refuse to give you new missions unless you raise your rank high enough. Huh. I wonder if I'm assuming the missions are probably tailored to like your progression in the storyline. You know, that way you're not, you know, being overwhelmed by, you know, I guess by, side quests that are, like, way out of your league. So I guess that's understandable. But still, to make it so that you can only raise your Digimon through tournaments? Huh. I've never heard that before. And they're locked depending on your progression in the main story. I wonder why they would do that. You can be overwhelmed easily. Yeah, I don't doubt that. But yeah, I need to go to the bathroom for a second. But I did want to mention that I did spend a good amount of time mastering the achievement set for DDR second remix and DDR third mix, and they I think second mix took about a week to master, and this third mix took about 3 days to master. Yeah. Luckily, I had already done all of the disc change stuff on third mix, so all I had to worry about was just everything that was on the current disc. Let's see. Either in the main story or the Coliseum. Okay. Little me never understood how the level cap system works, so I was stuck with fairly weak Digimon. Okay. And it sucks because, you know, I personally think that the level cap system, or at least a temporary level cap system, is a really good idea that could prevent the player from you know, being overpowered, you know, when they you know, when they're still like at very early points in an RPG. That way they're not fucking fighting Croco for the first time at fucking level 20 or something. At a point where Croco doesn't even get a turn in. Yeah, I do think it's a really interesting idea. I do think it's just unfortunate that we don't see a mechanic like that being implemented more often. Like, I personally have only ever seen it being implemented in games like Paper Mario, I guess technically in like a subtle sense, and Brave Fencer Musashi, Final Fantasy 13. I really wish that that feature would you know, appear more often. And then I did Dancing Stage Mega Mix. That took me only 1 day, and that one was very easy. I have to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. So that was pretty much my my retro achievements journey. So BRB.
What the fuck? I just stood there. Oh my god. Oh, that was great. I just stood there. Line. There. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm doing this. There it is, everybody. Here's my masterpiece. I got Waluigi finally getting his smash invitation. Oh, I love it! Thank you for that. What do you think? Let me just do just a few more things. No, wait, what are you doing? Oh. I think I'm in a safe spot. No, I am not. Come on. Oh, come on, dude. Really? There we go. Thank you. Yes! I am not the... Okay. Right, okay. And you failed. Whoa, fuck. Perfect timing. That was perfect. Go. No, you motherfucker! Why? Why? This fuck. Oh my god. Fuck this rubber banding. Fuck this rubber banding. Fuck this rubber banding. Fuck this rubber band. You clearly saw me boosting. That was the last thing that I did. did before I crossed the finish line, and he still fucking beat me. I was so far ahead of him. Oh my god, fuck this story mode. The thing is so rough. Oh god! Oh, I don't know why. Oh my god! That is fucking hilarious. That is. I'm sorry. I'm wasting too much time. My neighbors probably think I'm crazy. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, that caught me off guard. I'm sorry. Oh my god, yeah, I'm actually imagining Mario actually fingering a bomb without it. Oh, but he might be able to come back from this. Oh, not. Oh! Wasn't quite enough. That probably wasn't DI though. Oh my goodness! Oh, he tried to go for the spike! Oh no! Can Dogman actually come back from this? Oh my god! And he gets the stage spike! Not Dog gets the stage spike and makes a comeback of the century. Or of the millisecond. Right in front of Gustavo. Oh my goodness! The spike from Gustavo! Oh my goodness! That was golden too. That was a great spike. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so pissed off that I didn't get the I didn't get that fucking replay. I got it. Oh, I got it. I got a little bit of it, but damn, that was a good spike though. That was a good spike. Outside of the golden corral of inputs, as it was earlier. Oh, and so it looks like the wait, did I just stun lock this motherfucker? I think I just stun locked this motherfucker. Die, motherfucker! Haha! Eat shit! Mmm, delicious species. Ooh, fuck you, yeah. How do you like that from the stomach of a bull, baby? You wanna fucking snack on my inputs, asshole? Okay, yeah, that's a hard difficulty, everybody. Enjoy. Oh my god. Okay. That's enough for Retro Archer was like, no, please no more. Time for the Windows notification. This is like one of those situations. And I was just sitting there wondering, like, is it actually going to time? Well, if nothing else, at least I got a good clip out of it. I just have to remember to clip it. As a matter of fact, you know what I can do? Let me go ahead and... Oh man, that would have been perfect. Who are you again? Did you see that? I just saw that. I laughed so hard that I farted. Oh my god.
Okay, I'm back. Whew, boy, took me a little longer than I would have liked. Alright, Alright, good to know that still works. If you understand how this level cap works, you can break the game right at the start if you have enough patience. Ah, I see. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that. Welcome back. Hey, thanks for sticking around. Okay, let me go ahead and put this back in. Alright, so, let's see, what else do I want to talk about? I guess what I should probably go ahead and do before I forget, Akleem had something to say here. I skipped over it a little while ago, but I want to, let's see if I can get back in here. Okay, let me go ahead and read these off. So that's the Llama Soft stuff. One interesting fact that I learned from the War Stories segment of Worms Armageddon, Anniversary Edition, developed by Digital Eclipse, was the reason why Worms World Party came to be. It's because Sega wanted a Worms game that could be playable online on the Dreamcast. Damn. Something that the DC version of Armageddon was lacking. It didn't stop Team 17 from also releasing it on PC, PS1, with the Code Monkeys handling that port. Whoa. Game Boy Advance, and even the Nokia N-Gage. Goddamn, hadn't heard that one in a minute. Next Worms Armageddon fact was that it originally started out as an expansion pack for Worms 2. Makes sense. Much like how the original 1995 Worms had the Reinforcements expansion. Right. While Worms was released on every platform that was relevant in 1995, there's also plans to bring... Yeah, dude, Worms was ported to fucking everything. Also plans to bring it over to the Virtual Boy. Oh, shit. I think it would have worked well, but not necessarily in a consumer-friendly way. In a way that isn't necessarily the game's fault. That version never got released. Good thing. Which is mainly due to the Virtual Boy itself being a huge flop. Understandable. That explains why Waterworld was the only game that Ocean ever released for the Virtual Boy. Yeah, funnily enough, I've actually played the Waterworld Virtual Boy game for a while. I was kind of on a Virtual Boy... I was on a Waterworld uploading kick on Smash Custom Music, so I ultimately ended up uploading the entire soundtracks to the Super Nintendo Virtual Boy and Genesis versions of Waterworld. I think there might have been one more version that I missed out on. I think it was on the Game Boy. I don't remember exactly. From what I learned for the Atari 50 Wider World of Atari DLC... Oh yeah, I need to look at that at some point. One of the games on the DLC added Atari Video Cube originally began as a 2600 adaptation of Rubik's Cube. Interesting. And of course, it was an Atari Club exclusive, that being something of a rarity. God damn! Yeah, the Atari 50 collection was really fucking good. Like, I had no idea that it had so many games on it. Not to mention, it also had like a handful of original games. And it finally gave us Sword Quest Air World. Yeah, that's probably like one of the best collections that I've ever played. And that's really saying a lot, you know, given that I played my fair share of collections. Let's see, I think that's it. Alright. If you ever feel like playing Digimon World 1, 2, or 3, I should be able to help. Okay, yeah, I'll keep you in mind if I ever decide to start those games up. I haven't really gone back to Digimon World 3, honestly. Because I just got so sick of, wondering if I was going to lose my way if I continue that game. Like, I'm still only at the part where I just beat the second, I guess, gym master, shall we say. Okay, so, what more do I want to talk about? You'll lose your way, yeah. I guess I should probably plenty of times. Yeah, I guess I should probably consider myself fortunate that I'm choosing to stop at key points in the game, you know, just to help me remember. Yeah, luckily the place that I saved at is like right next to the gym leader, so I can just figure out. Yeah, just stop. Okay. And besides, it's not like the whole fast forward function on my my Retroid Pocket is all that useful anyway. So, yeah. It's the best choice for your health. Yeah, understandable. So instead, let's play another game. Let's play another Digimon game that takes even longer to get through the menus. Yeah, yeah, that's definitely a sacrifice worth making. Alright. Okay, so, yeah, play World 2. Yeah, I will definitely do that. Alright, so yeah, I guess the last thing that's really worth mentioning, relating to retro achievements, is that I pretty much, secured my I think I secured my gold medal. I think I should have, 31 points. At least the voice acting is nice until you get tired. Yeah. Yeah, I still need to listen to the voice acting for that game. Like I said, I've been meaning to play that game for a while. Like, I actually put it on my Retroid before I did my surgery, but I just never got around to it. But yeah, I think I secured my gold medal, and at around the same time that I did, I finally reached the top 200 spot. You know, I beat Mario Party 4, 5, and 6. I'm glad that Mario Party 6 was a 2-point game, a 2x point game. And I ended up getting, I finally ended up breaking into the top 200 of the site rank leaderboards. I've said for a long time that I've never actually been able to do so, but here it is. Site rank number 189. I am in the top 0.25%. Thank you for that. So yeah, I'm probably not gonna hold on to this position for very long. I think it was the DDR, the last 3 DDR sets here that really kind of that's gonna help me you know stay up there for a good while. But I'm probably not gonna hold this position very long. At least unless I try to get back into achievement hunting, which I will definitely do. Once I get started with Symphony of the Night. And by the way, for the uninitiated, I'm going to be playing the Sega Saturn version, because apparently that version has more content in it. And like an extra character or something. So, yeah, there I am. I'm now in the top 200, at least for now. Staying in the upper 50 positions takes a lot of effort. OBS is crapping out on me again. Takes a lot of effort. Yeah, it takes a lot of time, too. You know, it's just time that I just don't have. You know, if I had time, I probably would have, dedicated more of it to mastering sets and such, just to maintain that top spot, but making around 2,000 weekly is a nightmare. Yeah, I bet. Boy. Not to mention also developing achievements on top of that, like Amir can do. Like how in the world is he able to do that? Like, how is he able to, stay in the top 10 while also developing achievement sets? Like, you practically have to throw away your life in order to achieve that goal. Unfortunately, that's, well, fortunately for me, that's not really something that I should be, that's not something that I'm, too worried about. But I'm perfectly happy just getting badges and challenging myself, just trying to improve my own ability, through these achievements. So, yeah, goodbye. It's at number 1 spot. Okay. Yep, can confirmed. I'm excited to see how that goes. I got heavily into the IGA Vanias. When I was oh yeah, you're talking about the Metroidvania, Castlevania. Yeah, when I was taking a break from working because of my wrist 2 years ago, I've been missing out on a lot. Yeah, there are a couple of Igavanias that I've been wanting to play as well. I have played. I want to say I've played maybe half of them, at least the 2D side-scrolling ones. I played all 3 of the. I beat all 3 of the Game Boy Advance Castlevanias. I wasn't really a fan of Circle of the Moon. I know a lot of people like that one, so this is kind of a hot take for me. I just didn't like the stiff movement, and I wasn't really a fan of the dual deck system. I didn't like how how the whole randomization of acquiring cards is, and I really didn't like like that you had to discover the ability in order for the game to tell you what it was. I think Harmony of Dissonance has the best progressional style, and Aria of Sorrow has the best controls of the 3 Game Boy Advance titles, or I guess the 4 Game Boy Advance titles if you count the NES Classic thing run that was kind of a thing on Game Boy Advance. But yeah, for me, I think my personal favorite Game Boy Advance Castlevania is still Harmony of Dissonance. I want to go back to those games at some point. I don't know if I'll live stream them though, but I think I kind of need to see Aria of Sorrow through to the end. You know, considering that Flash has been requesting that one relatively often. 54 was my best position. It lasted like 1 hour. Oh boy, nowadays I barely do shit and somehow stay between 72 and 74. Wow, interesting. Yeah, maintaining those top leaderboard spots. Yeah, that's something that you basically have to you kind of have to make a priority in order to get up there. But yeah, as much of an achievement hunter as I am, yeah, no, thank you. Especially now that I'm doing live streams and I'm prioritizing, chronicling my first experience with a lot of these games. So there's that too. I wasn't big on Circle of the Moon either. Oh wow, okay. I'm glad to know that I wasn't the only one. That was the team's first title on the Game Boy Advance, and it showed. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I know that they tried to make the game Control more like a classic 2D style Castlevania game, but yeah, that game did not age very well. Yeah, I think that kind of Control style, because of the slow movement, it fits better with the classic point A to point B style of a Castlevania games. You know, primarily because the levels aren't that large, and they don't really call for much more what's the word I'm looking for? Acrobatic movement that a lot of the Igavanias are known for. So I think maybe that Control style should probably stay in that style of game. Most of the people on the top stream for what I would call an unhealthy amount of time, but to each their own. Yeah, but some people just have they're just more passionate for this kind of thing than others. But if I wasn't streaming, I probably would have tried to jump into the top 100. And also, I need to have less of a life than I have. I think the one game that I probably spent the most amount of time trying to master was Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories. Yeah, imagine my shock when I learned that Cave Story. Yeah, I still need to play Cave Story. What is essentially my Bible Old Testament in art, music, and creativity was a Metroidvania. Wow. Wow, a lot of what you learned was from Cave Story, huh? I think now, didn't you make covers for Cave Story music at one point? Yeah, I do distinctly remember hearing this one Options song. I don't remember if it was an Options menu theme that you made, and then I think I asked for a copy of it to upload to Newgrounds or something. Turns out that's a genre of game that I like. Yeah. Which is funny, considering that you don't really play a lot of games. Ah, man, I'm trying to think of a good Metroidvania that you'd probably enjoy. I can't really think of anything off the top of my head. The closest that I can come to is Metroid Zero Mission, just because that's my favorite, but yeah, I really need to play more Metroidvanias. And then there's, of course, also Bloodstain. Basically, I have a lot of the easy answers, so I guess I can't. I know, right? Yeah. What a life. I know. Cave Story is such a beautiful game. Yeah, there's a lot of indie games I need to get to. Cave Story, Hollow Knight, Fucking what else? What other Metroidvanias are there? I think the only like uncommon Metroidvania that I had played recently was The Mummy Demastered. Oh wait, that's a game that you could probably check out. That game only takes about like maybe 5 or 6 hours to get through. It's a relatively short Metroidvania, so that's one that I could probably recommend. I know that game actually got relatively popular primarily because a lot of people were saying a lot of people were comparing it to the fucking shitty ass movie that came out alongside it. How everybody was saying, "Oh my god, like it's not just a better game, like it's actually legitimately good." But I think that game came out during a time when Metroidvanias were still kind of like a dime a dozen at the point, but now that they become more common. And also it's a way forward game, so, you know, make of that what you will. But yeah, that's one game that I could recommend. It doesn't take a whole lot of your time, so like it only took me like 2 streams to get through it. Let's see, Tray Bashers was one I liked a lot. Tray Bashers, let me, I got a gift copy of Hollow Knight still waiting on me. Oh, wow, really? Let me type that in somewhere. Tray Bashers, let me go ahead and, open up a notepad here. Okay. But yeah, I found a couple of, I also found a couple of Metroidvanias during this, this Next Fest that was going on, last week. I don't remember the names of any of them, as per usual. I stay away from Hollow Knight due to all the, phantasm around him. Oh, wait, no, Fanatism? Around, oh, that's another one of those games that's, basically suffered from the Sonic community stigma, huh? Well. You know, it's really unfortunate that a fan community can, you know, ruin somebody's experience or make somebody, like, stop playing a game altogether. But, you know, I think, honestly, in those moments, like, you'd probably just be better off just making Let's Plays or just, you know, playing the game on your own time, completely independent of, you know, of the community. There are a couple of games where that's doable, but then you got games where the majority of the its you know, life force is dependent on its community. I should know that because I was a you know, me and Jutsu Tango, we kind of go way back in the you know, the Little Big Planet days. You know, that's just one of the games that where the community ruining your experience with a game is actually reasonable. You know, it is very heavily, you know, community content driven. You put that category in your stream, and a ton of people will show up to tell you why you suck at the game and shit. Yeah. Well, you know, that's just, yeah, that's just one of the things you got to deal with on the internet. And another thing too is how to deal with it too. You know, there are just some communities that are worse off than others. You know, some people are, Fisher Price Baby's first secret of Nim. Okay. That's the alt title I give Little Big Planet. Fisher Price Baby's first secret of Nim. Okay. Oh boy. But yeah, another thing too is just because of how, you know, how easy it is for somebody to just, you know, resort to saying, hey, look, everybody, I'm positive. I think ultimately what it just comes down to is just moral superiority. You know, most of the people, like, at least most of the people that I've noticed, you know, even outside of Little Big Planet, the community, is that usually when most people ask you, like, what your opinion on something is, they're not really looking for, like, an honest, nuanced, you know, well-informed and detailed opinion. Most of the time, they're just looking for somebody else to gush with them. That's really about it. And if they don't get what they want, then they turn around and they're all like, ha ha ha, see, look, positivity, everybody. I did it. I saved the world. In fact, one of the admins on the back-end Telegram and SCM actually pulled that shit off. I was such a fucking idiot to respond to that question. Hey, what do you think of Sonic and Shadow Generations? And I gave my you know, piece on it. And then he just came back and said, ha ha ha, see, told you it was gonna be one of the best Sonic games ever. And I'm like, stupid me. I should have never responded to that message. Because my God, it's just so tempting to want to keep the conversation going, but at the same time, you know, like, no matter what the hell you say, like, it can just feel like nothing's actually getting through to the other person. Yeah, especially considering that they don't even address any of the shit that you say. Like, I remember seeing the Disney hide and sneak game getting a retro achievement set, and one of the guys said that actually gave an honest opinion, saying how it's like one of the worst games that he's ever played, and then somebody else just came in and going all like, I don't get. Hold on. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that the OBS was more in reference to the science experiment that Don Bluth movie is based off of. Yeah, I want to go back and watch that movie again. I remember growing up with it, but I don't really remember all that much about it. I should probably go ahead and pirate that movie. Or more of was inspired by. Right, gotcha. I hate it when someone shows up to a stream saying, hey, what's your opinion on insert topic? Yeah, especially if they're gonna try to clap back with, oh hey, well, I'm just, it's just a game, it's just an opinion, it's just, hey, look everybody, I'm being positive. It's like ultimately what it really comes down to is just moral superiority. You know, people just trying to moralize opinions. They just want to know if you're like one of the good guys. You're either with us or you're with the enemy. Like why, dude? Like, don't you want people to actually talk about these games? Like, the whole point of, like, reviewing something is to understand why somebody feels a certain way about a piece of media, not to fucking convert somebody to a Marxist religion or whatever. Jesus Christ. Like, just tell me to suck your dick and get it over with. Jesus Christ. At least you're being honest that way. I mean, not to imply that anybody's being dishonest. I just don't think they know better. It's just that they constantly surround themselves with other people who also gush with them to the point where, like, whenever they get any form of criticism, no matter how nuanced or, like, informed it is, they just don't know how to behave. And, you know, just saying that something is good, or for the purpose of trying to invalidate a negative opinion, regardless of the reason behind it, like, that's just, like, the easiest thing to do. Because they're so used to it, and they're so not used to, like, hearing opposing opinions. Will you consider reviewing Moorhunt Kart? Never say never. You know, I did review Moorhunt 3 on the Game Boy Advance, but like, for me, it's pretty much become, like, it's kind of gotten to a point where I'm just more on a, like, review whatever you feel like kind of basis. Like, there's a lot of games that I wrote notes for, but I never actually, you know, followed through with. You know, Shantae's probably, like, the biggest, the worst victim of it all, where I actually got started writing a review, but then I just never finished it. I feel really bad about that. But, yeah, ultimately, like, it's really just on a never say never basis. So, yeah, I can't hold any guarantees that I'll review something. It's fair that you avoid that game because of the fans, Ridley, if it helps. I live under a rock and oftentimes go out of my way to avoid people flocking like seagulls towards stuff. Yeah, I kind of do the same thing. Like, I kind of have to, like, play like a real-life Metal Gear Solid and try to, you know, walk into, like, you know, empty aisles that don't have any people in it, you know, just so I won't have to deal with anybody. You know, it's not helping. Not helping is the fact that I'm still trying to get over the whole, like, COVID stigma. You know, even though that happened a long time ago. So my exposure to it was nothing more than, hey, I already have a copy of this game, you want it? Sure. Okay. Oh yeah, say something bad about God of War, you'll see a lot of people straight up insulting you and shit, instead of explaining why they like the game. Yeah, And anytime, like, anyone tries to explain why they like the game, they only ever go as far as just saying that something was fun, or fantastic, or cute, or short, or long, or detailed, or, like, they basically just resort to just throwing, like, single empty-calorie fucking adjectives at you. You know, I've seen a lot of comments on a lot of websites where I just feel like I have to say something, but I know that if I do, then everybody's gonna start pointing the fucking finger at me just because I'm not being the positive one here. Society has become very obsessed with, trying to make people feel safe or included or happy or try to stay positive or try to like we have become a very emotionally driven society. The thing is though, we're already creatures of emotion. Like we naturally listen to emotion before we listen to facts. Which is before we listen to the message, which is understandable, but the fact that people are they're practically substituting emotion for objective critique or reasonable intellectual observations and such. Yeah, I just don't think that's the way that we should be going about this. Yeah, no need to engage at all. Just chill and live your life. I know it's very tempting to want to come out and say something, but at the end of the day, if you go through with it, really think to yourself, if this person, if you can just tell by what this person is saying that they're not going to say anything substantive as a response, what good is it really going to do either of you if you actually try to come up with a meaningful, actually well thought out response, if the other person's not willing to do the same? You can write a fucking 10-page essay saying why somebody's opinion on something is inaccurate, and they can easily just brush it off and say, I don't know what you're going on about. I liked it. It was fun. It's why even bother at that point? Yeah, I kind of slipped into that in this Smash Custom Music backend thing. And it's God damn it, man. There just doesn't really seem to be a whole lot of people that I can, go out in public and talk to, which is part of the reason why I'm still doing live streams today. That way people can actually come in, then they can engage with me, they can just ask me a question, and then I can give them my detailed answer, and if they want to stick around and listen, then, they can make the choice. Oh, boy. I'm so glad I started doing this. I'm so glad that I'm, back to doing live streams, too. It's essentially, volcanism, while at the same time wanting to push things forward without knowing how, because everything is not criticizable. Yeah. Not helping is the fact that, I think the main reason why a lot of people resort to the fun and simple and fantastic, empty-calorie adjectives too, is primarily because a lot of these words, if not all of them... Hey! Oh, hey! Oh, hey, the event thing's working. Again, let me catch this. Is because you can't really prove that something isn't fun. You can't prove that something isn't fantastic. You can't prove it's not simple, because all of these things are, they ultimately depend on whether or not you find them simple or whether or not you find them fun. It's basically just, it's all basically just in the mind. Super Mario RPG can be simple to somebody who plays RPGs regularly. It could be a complicated game that has too much to study for somebody who has never played it before. I know that the Angry Video Game Nerd doesn't like Castlevania Symphony of the Night, primarily because of all these numbers. Even though it's not really that complicated of a game for, a lot of other gamers to understand. Especially people who don't really engage with RPG mechanics or numbers or all that much. But yeah, I think but point being, that's probably a big reason why you never hear anybody, actually try to, articulate why something is good. It's because, people don't really feel like they need to. most of the time, they've just gotten so used to just saying that something is good, and then everybody else is just okay with it. Yay! Yay, you did it! You're with us now! Hooray! I'm so glad we see eye to eye. Let's see. Okay, regarding music, I'm the most basic bastard possible. I have no idea how music works and stuff, so it's either it tickles my last brain cell or not. Yeah, sometimes with, like, when you, in fact, believe it or not, I was actually kind of the same way with Sonic games. There's just a lot of moments where, like, if you're either listening to a song, playing a game, watching a movie, reading a book, like, it's just something that just makes you feel good. It's something that you just like, but you don't really know why. I was the same way with Sonic games. Like, I had no idea why I stopped liking Sonic games. Like, they were just kind of pissing me off. And that ultimately, because... Yeah, I think another driving factor was just the fact that everybody else was saying that the game is fantastic because you just had to play it over and over and over again, and you had to, you had to play slow first, then fast. Well, you have to start playing fast, or you have to play the original game, or you have to play this. You have to play with a certain controller on a certain TV while having a certain disability, and you're fucking, like, retina on your left eye. And I'm like, how about I just do this? Why don't I actually just try to look? Why do I try to play this game on my own time, and then I try to analyze why I feel the way I do? Why am I getting pissed off here? What is causing me to be angry whenever I take damage from an enemy? Or whenever I fail to, like, finish a stage in a certain amount of time? Like, why am I feeling this way? And that, all of that pretty much accumulated to me, making my Sonic video. And I think I can go ahead and make this announcement right now. I plan on my birthday stream for this year, which is coming in about 9 days, 8 days, 9 days. I want to do a live reaction to my 50-minute Sonic video, and I want to see, like, exactly how my opinion has changed on Sonic games as I'm going through and I'm critiquing and commenting on each individual part of the video. Just to see who I was before and compare that to who I am now. And I guess on a side, like, that could also tie into the whole, like, criticizing, like, analyzing, being able to, like, express, try to, engage in, substantive critique or conversation as to why you feel a certain way about something. And it could serve as, like, a tutorial of how to properly respond to somebody's comment. Except that somebody is myself in this case. So, yeah, keep a lookout for that one. I'm looking forward to that. Just uploaded my latest review. Oh, wow, okay. The game in question is Monopoly SpongeBob SquarePants Edition. Okay, all right. I'll probably take a look at that once I get the opportunity to. This is when Ion this is when Ion went full AVGN against past Ion. But yeah, I'm gonna be reacting to that video. I'm gonna watch the whole thing. I haven't seen it in a very long time, so there might be a couple of things that I've forgotten. All I remember about the video is that I talked about 3 key points, and I think those points were going too fast. I probably shouldn't say it like that, because it's actually a lot more nuanced than that. I don't think that's a very accurate generalization of what my issue with Sonic games are. But there's that. There's how do I word this? Okay, first, there's the game screen not complementing the speed of the gameplay well enough. Yeah, it's not necessarily going fast that I have a problem with. It's the fact that the game's speed isn't really designed well around the player. It's designed well around Sonic, but it's not designed well around the player. So I think that's probably a better way to put it. So that's one problem. The second problem that I have is is that there's no incentive to explore games. And I think that that problem is much more egregious in a lot of the earlier Sonic games, primarily the Genesis ones, not so much Sonic CD. And then the third one is, shit, I don't remember what the third one is. Oh yeah, the third one is, you have to beat the levels, quickly. Like, you can't just play through the game and just get from point A to point B. No, you have to beat them quickly. That one I just don't understand at all, so... But yeah, once we actually get to that video, then I'll actually start talking about it. I'll start going more in depth, more in detail. So, I'm looking forward to that one. Oh, it's your first review to use screenshots too. Yeah, I was wondering why I was the only person actually using that image implementing feature. I'm not implementing any screenshots. Like, the closest I've ever gotten to that was my review on DDR Disney Mix, where I actually show a picture of that complicated as shit cheat code to unlock the Maniac difficulty. What was I thinking? Does AVGN still do that? I know he's still making videos, but I don't know if he still does the whole that whole catchphrase thing. I don't remember the last time he even said shitload of fuck, honestly. And by the way, other reviews to read and comment on are Car Mayhem, A Frog Game, Tiny D Doug. You keep bringing that one up. You're making me really curious about that one. Pac-Man or Micro Arcade, I think you told me about that one too. Mini Z Racers Turbo, I think I heard of that one before. And Hard Rock Pinball. Did I play that game before? I know you had me play a couple of pinball games in the past. And I remember them being kind of a mixed bag. I don't remember either. I haven't paid that much attention. Yeah, I think the last video, the last AVGN video that came out recently was, I think it was the one where he was talking about Deja Vu on the NES. But yeah, I haven't really been paying much attention to him either. Yeah, I kind of fell out of the whole like angry review style thing. Now I've become much more invested on like actually analyzing, you know, the deeper, you know, getting into the guts of a video game. In fact, quite literally, as you can see here, you know, based on the fact that I got into a review. In fact, actually, I think this might actually be a good segue into what I've been reviewing lately. Now, I haven't really done a whole lot of reviews. I've only done like 4 so far, 3 of them being fucking DDR games. I was honestly kind of surprised that I had a lot to talk about in my review for DDR Third Mix. Second mix was a relatively adequate size. Dancing Stage Mega Mix had fucking nothing to talk about in it. And then you got ActRaiser. I reviewed ActRaiser primarily because, and as you can see here, this is basically the title that I have for it. The reason I reviewed ActRaiser was primarily because I'm getting ready to play ActRaiser Renaissance. I think I might have to play that one in December. Yeah, because I'm doing the whole Ghoul to the Poles thing. I want to try to keep that a tradition. But yeah, I have, this is my, this is basically the title that I have here set for my reviews. And if you look at the end here, for those who may not be aware, at the end I actually created my own little score tallying thing. I have one for gameplay, one for controls, and one for content. And this also allows me the freedom to add decimal scores because the infinite backlog thing doesn't add decimal scores. So yeah, I kind of started doing my own thing here. And I started rating the things that actually matter the most in a video game. So that's what I started doing. We'll probably read one of these reviews once I get through the rest of these. Okay, let's see. But to answer the other thing about me making Cave Story music covers and remixes, yes, I made a few back in the day. I plan to revamp and fix others. Ah, okay, I see. Looking forward to that. The only thing I remember you asked for from me, no clue. Yeah, I think it might have been... It was some kind of options theme. And I think I don't remember if it was me or you who uploaded it to Newgrounds. I think it might have been me. Oh, wait, maybe I created a loopable version, and then I sent that to you so you could upload it onto your Newgrounds account? And remember, Pixel Puzzles Jr., you can now get the game for free. No need to buy it anymore. Pixel Puzzles Jr., okay. I'll probably, yeah, let me go ahead and put that in. Pixel Puzzles Junior. Alright, thank you for that. Let's see. You've got Oppression, Beta, okay. Cemetery, Safety, Jenko 1 and 2, Eyes of Flame, and LBP, let's see, M's to choose from, any of those songs. Yeah, I think it might have been... Oppression. Oh yeah, and I also remember, like this one song that really impressed the hell out of me. I think the song was called Destination or Final Destination or something. It was one big. It was a title that basically had like a climactic like vibe to it of sorts. But that's a different thing. Yeah, but I think Oppression might have been the Options song, maybe. I honestly don't remember. But thank you for that regardless. I missed the Deja Vu one. The last AVG episode I watched was the Glover 64. Oh yeah, I think that was another recent one that he made. Apparently the PlayStation version was better than the N64 version. But he only made that, like, that was only like a very brief comment that he made in that video, but he didn't really talk about it. But yeah, I can totally, I think maybe a big part of why why Glover 64 didn't really stand the test of time very well was primarily because of how hard it was to get used to the controls. But, you know, I'm just kind of going off of educated guess here. I remember enjoying the game when I first played it, but at some point I want to give it a full playthrough just to see what I think of it now. And I kept telling myself, you know, maybe I just need to adapt to the controls and the physics better. So I do need to spend some more time on that one. Like, maybe the game really didn't spend the most of the AVGN reviews you need to check yourself. Yeah, because I know that most of the sometimes he would make a smaller scale review, sometimes he would make a larger scale review. But I do remember, like, the smaller scale reviews just being way better, primarily because those are the games where he would actually talk about them. And, compare something like, I guess compare his video on Glover 4 to something like, say, his Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas video, where that one was much more, it had a much higher budget. Those videos that prioritize, spectacle over, like, saying things about the games themselves. But yeah, ultimately it just kind of ended up becoming, like, just, a big mishmash of, videos that I don't know, I just kind of lost interest. That's all. I guess primarily because I just started getting into reviewing games on myself. And at some point in time, I really want to start making video versions of my reviews as well. All of these reviews here, and more, I want to, like, make them in the form of videos. The only thing is that I just don't have a passion for making videos, that's it. And I'm really hesitant to hire somebody to make videos for me, because then I'd essentially have to be the person's boss. But even if I just worried about just doing all the audio work, or even just, like, recording the audio myself, and then just letting the other guy just do the video work. Ooh, okay. Event. Let me go ahead and catch that. Okay. You don't want to be influenced by the angry vibes, that's fair. Yeah, I'm much more about, looking for videos that actually try to say something. They're much more about, that prioritize, like, more of a, substantive, content. That's more about trying to, like, encourage, like, intellectual, development, and not necessarily about, like, having fun, hooray, and shit. Unfortunately, I haven't really found any, YouTubers that I really, take much interest in, that do something like that. Okay, anyways. And, oh yeah, without Cave Story, I literally wouldn't even be a musician, nor sound anywhere near the way I do. Super, super important game to my life. Yeah, understandable. I'm kind of the same way with, Little Big Planet 2. Except I couldn't really follow through with the whole, like, musician thing. Wait, are you talking about my 2014 original song? Menu Marzipan! That's the one! Yes. That's the one. Okay. What the hell? Where did I get Oppression from? I thought I saw Beta, and then the first thing I started thinking about was that Destination song. I remember you liked that one, asked for it to be offline. Yeah, that's the one! That was the one I was talking about. Yeah, Destination from my 2015 album, The Stair, or Suta. AST. Ah, okay, I see. Yeah. And I do remember you that you revised that one and uploaded it to your YouTube channel after I heard the first draft, or I guess an earlier draft at the very least. Ah, man, that's so funny. I was thinking about that the other day. Actually, you making videos out of your game reviews. Yeah, at some point I would love to be able to do that. That was the whole reason I got a new laptop, but I still need to find a good Think Before You... Oh, shit! You know what? Yes! Think Before You Sleep. I actually have been watching that. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I did not consider that. Yeah, Think Before You Sleep. Yeah, he's a pretty good YouTuber. I know that he stopped, making political videos, and he started focusing more on, trying to combat the whole, body positive thing that's been going around lately. I know he just recently came out with the, Oh yeah, I think the last video that I saw from him that he uploaded recently was, he was complaining about how about how trying to get more female police officers to work on the front lines is actually making people feel less safe. I actually watched that video a few times, and I totally understand where he's coming from, and how the psyche behind a common woman is different from a man, and how it ties into like their general like physical physiques. Yeah, that's a pretty good video. Yeah, he does actually go into a depth. Like it may sound like an uncomfortable thing to hear at first, but once you start watching the video, it actually kind of starts to make sense as to why he feels the way that he does. But yeah, another one that I recently discovered is called Mentis Wave. I've only seen his 75K subscriber special, and he seems like a pretty down-to-earth guy. Yeah, I haven't really watched any other videos from him, but he does have like his video. It actually has gameplay footage of 30XX, and it kind of inspired me to go back and play 20XX again. I've been playing that game lately. Eventually, at some point, I do want to play 30XX, and I do own the game on Steam, But yeah, Mentis Wave, like that's another one that I would probably recommend. He doesn't really, he doesn't do anything, related to video games or anything, but, but yeah, I have been, I've been keeping up with his content lately. Anyways, let's see. At one point, I thought of making, at one point, I thought on making videos acting as some sort of manual, but man, I lost interest before even starting. Yeah, for a lot of us, we have an idea that we want to follow through on, but we don't want to, but we just don't really have the inspiration or the motivation to follow through with it. In fact, I was actually considering, like, making a part 2 of why I don't like Sonic games myself. But essentially, all it was going to be was just me reviewing every single Sonic game, like, independently of each other. But, I ultimately didn't, but I only ever got as far as just reviewing the original Sonic on Genesis, 1991, the thing. Yes, exactly. And then I revamped it again for the Bandcamp YouTube album. Yeah, that was a really good song. God, I'm honestly kind of tempted to remix that song myself, but since I'm not making music anymore. It really sucks because I actually do have a lot of ideas for remixes, but it's outside of the whole motivation thing. It's just that I'm just doing so much other stuff now too. Yeah, that I'm just not really able to fit music composition into the equation. But like I said earlier, never say never. Maybe it'll happen one day. Would you also like to see my gameplay videos too? Yeah, sure. The 4-Scene Arcade, right? Yeah, I'll probably look at that once I get the opportunity to. I only had ideas for 2 games in particular. ActRaiser 2 and Plock. So yeah, great 2 videos series. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, not a lot of people really seem to talk about ActRaiser 2. I only played a little bit of it, and yeah, I can kind of understand why. You know, setting aside the absence of the city building thing, and by the way, I'm playing the Godly Remaster hack, and my god, that game is still hard. And yeah, there's Plock 2. I don't think that game needs an introduction. So many games to potentially review, so little time. I know, right? Man, that makes you the second ever person to want to remix or cover my... Oh, wow, really? I take that as a high blessing, thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. But if I were to ever get back into it, I think I would probably have to start with something a little easier before I get into, you know, making more complicated remixes. I just don't know what music program to use. I'm probably gonna, at the very least, start with FL Studio. Yeah, I tried using Ableton for like one song. I think I actually made a few remixes with Ableton. I think I only made like what, 2, maybe 3. You know, there was a Megalovania. They were both Undertale songs remixes too. So. I love ActRaiser 2, but there's so much that no one explains to you. Yeah, I do want to give that game a chance at some point. The idea for that video was to actually explain how each move or attack works and how those interact with the environment in general. Oh, wow, yeah, that sounds like a really good idea. That honestly kind of sounds like something that I would probably do in my reviews. In fact, one example, if I can find it here, that I distinctly remember... in one game that I never hear anybody talking about, if I can find the game in here. Here it is. Okay, so yeah, I made a review of Felix the Cat for the NES, and I also reviewed the Game Boy version, if anybody's interested. There's this one paragraph that goes in, that basically talks about one of the... here it is, right here. This little addendum that I added here. It says, I just discovered this on accident, and I hadn't seen anyone else mention this. Let me go ahead and zoom in just so you guys can see this. Make this look good. Okay, you can adjust the height of the arc trajectory that the tank cannons and frisbees travel by holding the B button. The longer you hold the button, the higher the projectile will go, allowing for another option to defeat enemies and bosses. Of course, as the tank, it doesn't really help with the cannons arcing over an enemy if you're too close to them, but at least you're not always having to jump a certain height just to reach certain enemies. This is still a cool little feature to have for projectiles that aren't free from gravity, since it's something that you can use to your advantage to alter the way that you attack enemies, and it's unfortunate that its existence isn't communicated to the player in any way. It wasn't mentioned in the manual. God, that's very important. And because of how easy the game is, it's not even really something that needed to be utilized anyway, so it makes sense that virtually no one would have known about this. Yeah, this is... yeah, what you're describing kind of sounds like something that that this would do. And, like, this is just like a very small, like, just a very, like, small example, but I'm sure you get the point either way. Yeah, things that nobody really seems to talk about. In fact, I actually talk about, like somewhere in this review, I actually talk about what it says in the manual about holding up on the D-pad to jump higher, but it doesn't actually do that. What actually makes you jump higher is, like, the momentum, like, kind of like how it works in Super Mario Brothers. Like, even though the difference in jumping height is very, very subtle, I know it's somewhere in here. It might be grounded levels controls. Being able to look up would have been super useful. Precaution. Yeah, it's somewhere in here. If anybody wants to look for it, but yeah, that's something that that sounds like a really cool idea. That like the normal down guard attack. The normal down guard attack and mid down guard attack. Yeah. I think I actually discovered that one in, myself. That shit makes you immune to almost anything until you touch the ground. Right. Yeah, I don't think I ever discovered the almost immune thing. But Yeah, but even then, like, it's still it seems like still a very risky thing to do, considering that that the attack probably doesn't kill every enemy in one hit. You know, not to mention that it's probably not going to be all that useful against enemies on the ground that take more than 2 hits, and especially against bosses as well. I've only played like 2 levels in that game, and like the mid boss in like what, that one swamp level is, boy, proven to be a challenge. Boy. Okay, give me a second to catch up here. Wait, you can chain. Wait, you can chain that? Really? Huh. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to go back to that game at some point. Hostile DDR. Yeah, this is yeah. I don't always have a lot to say about a lot of these games. Yeah, and in some rare cases, I would ultimately make a like a mini re. I would like, I tried to like enter this this one phase where I tried to make miniature reviews, but that didn't really go very well. Like, let's take, for example, say, I guess let's take Warrior World, for example. Like, it's literally only 1 paragraph, or I guess technically 2 if you take the second one. I was tempted to leave this one out because it didn't really have anything to do with the game itself. It was basically just me commenting on just the game being overrated, how everybody is just... And I hate that people keep calling it underrated, despite me probably being the only person who doesn't like it. I literally haven't seen... God damn it. I'm gonna stop saying that. I haven't seen a single other person say that they... Wait, no. I think Flash said that that this game was overrated, too. But yeah, I tried to like enter a like a phase where I would only write let's see, do I have anything longer here? Nope. Yeah, this is also 2 paragraphs. Yeah, unfortunately I wasn't able to play this game on stream before the server shut down. I would have loved to have played this game on stream, at least at some point in time, but it's not around anymore, so now... But luckily there is the offline version, but I know that the offline version cuts a lot of content out. Like, there's no... Like, it's missing a lot of the boss... a lot of bosses in the boss rush mode. You know, it's missing a lot of... It's missing all of the crossover event characters and weapons. But, you know, that's a thing for another time. Anyways, as soon as you fall, land a normal attack, and you'll be back to invulnerability state for long enough to jump... Wait, really? Hold on. As soon as you fall, land a normal attack, and you'll be back to your invulnerability state for long enough to jump again. Okay, I'll have to try that one. So back to down guard attack, and you immune again. The timing might be slim. Oh, okay, so like, what, 2 or 3 frames or something? But once you get the rhythm, you're a god in the... Get it? You're a god in the game. Get it? Because you're literally a god in the game. Yeah, I got... Yeah, duh. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I'm anticipating, like, probably like, what, a 2 or 3 frame window? Ooh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to take advantage of that. But I'll try it. Like, it might be like maybe 9 or 10 frames. I don't know, but I'll try it out for myself, and I'll see if I can pull it off. Maybe if I can find a video somewhere of somebody pulling it off, I might be able to follow that example. Okay. So yeah, these are my. So yeah, I wrote 4 reviews here during my downtime. I wanted to see if I could try to, write my review on Legacy of Goku 2. Speedrun.com. Okay, yeah, thank you for that. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, I keep forgetting that that's an option. I'm so used to looking for videos on YouTube that I keep forgetting that there is a website specifically for speedrunning. It's the speedrunning default cycle. I know, right? Okay, give me a second to catch my breath. Alright, so another thing I wanted to show off here is just the, nothing major, it's also on Infinite Backlog. I also experimented with the list feature on Infinite Backlog. I decided, completely out of boredom, to just create a list of all the games that were featured on Nick Arcade. including the ones that were never played. Like, there are a few games that were never played here. Games like Double Dragon 3, Gradius 3 was never played, Super Mario Bros. 3 was never played. Then there was Michael Jackson's Moonwalker, there was Aero Blasters. Well, Aero Blasters was technically played later under the title Air Buster. And then you also got and then you got the games that were featured exclusively on the unaired pilot. There was Double Dragon 3, Ski or Die, that game was played. Super Mario Bros. 3, then there was Michael Jackson's Moonwalker, Aero Blasters, or Air Busters, Air Buster, and the other two were, yeah, there were 7 games. Yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog, the original one. In fact, there was actually a beta build that was played on the unaired pilot. The only difference between the beta build and the full game, however, at least as far as Green Hill Zone goes, is that you could actually jump over a one of those big Robotnik boulders, like that big swinging testicle thing at the end of Green Hill Zone Act 3, where you fight against that thing. That's actually an obstacle in the game. So it's really interesting. Like, even though like it's a very tiny addition, but anyways, point being, another thing too is that I might update this later to include more information, but what I did was that I also added a comment on every single game that contains the Wizards Challenge or the Experts Challenge on all the games that were played. And I think today, see if I can find ActRaiser, we were just talking about that. ActRaiser currently has the highest number of unique Experts Challenges. Like, this game was actually really popular on that show. I think it might have actually been the one game that actually got played the most. In fact, let's take a look at Sonic 1. Sonic 1 had 3 challenges. Well, 2 challenges on the full show, 3 if you count the unaired prototype. But yeah, even Sonic wasn't played all that often. Like, it was primarily like ActRaiser that stole the show. And yeah, as you can see here, that the yeah, sometimes I would list that that a game went unplayed here, and I might list what episodes they were featured on and what points were wagered or something. But at the moment, like, I really wanted to get the other Wizards challenges on here in case anybody else wanted to try the challenge, and I even added here you have to finish the challenge in 30 seconds to get it. But yeah, I think this is all of them. Played and unplayed, and in the unaired pilot. But yeah, I really just did this just because I wanted to see how the list feature operated. I was so surprised to know that nobody created a list like this. I'm the only one who did it. Like, you'd think that this would be like a very easy list to make, but apparently nobody else made it, so I had to make it myself. And I also listed this by console. Like, you see, you have all the Neo-Geo CD games up here, then you got NES here, and then you got the Genesis, and then you got the, damn, there's a lot of Genesis games. You got a Super Nintendo, and then you got the PC Engine, or the TurboGrafx 16. But yeah, that's another thing that I did. Nothing really all that major. But I'm glad I made it, though, just so it's on the site. Alright, let's see. Whenever I'm having trouble with a hard achievement or something, I check speedruns to see if there's some sort of trick. Which, funnily enough, I was actually saying earlier, I did that exact thing when I was going, when I was trying to beat professional mode on ActRaiser. I was having a hard time getting through that game, so I actually went onto YouTube to look for like speedruns and world records and like. Oh God! Ooh! I tried to pop one of my fingers, but I think I ended up like popping the wrong one. Oh, the wrong joint. Ow! But as I was saying, I haven't found a single damageless professional run on that game. And I actually made a comment on that. It just kind of goes to show just how poorly made the professional mode in that game is. In fact, I actually played a little bit of the Japanese version, or rather the arcade version that was featured on the Nintendo Super System. And honestly, I think that version of the game is actually a way better replication, a way better, I guess, blueprint for a potential hard mode of the game. Like, it doesn't really change a whole lot, but it replaces all of the extra lives with maximum HP upgrades, and it only adds a few extra enemies, and the enemies they only behave a little bit more aggressively. Some of them even have brand new attacks that aren't in the vanilla game. I thought that was a really, interesting, harder version of the game. And technically, the arcade version of ActRaiser is basically just the Japanese version of ActRaiser, just without any of the city building aspects. It's just the platforming sections. Speedrunner's gonna see games different than us mortals. Yeah. Yeah, they fucking picture everything as just hitboxes and frames and shit. Everything is just a picture to them. Okay. Alright, so that was, so I think that's everything that I wanted to talk about regarding Infinite Backlog. But there's another group of reviews that I wanted to talk to you guys about. This is something that I also did on my own free time. I have created a Letterboxd account for the purpose of writing reviews on movies. Now, I kind of hesitate to call them reviews though, because they're not as detailed as my game reviews. Primarily because I don't really watch movies. But you know, since I had been watching movies more and more often, I really wanted to have a place where I can tell people what my opinions on movies were. Like, I pretty much I've been primarily watching movies on Netflix that were leaving soon. I haven't watched any this month outside of The Cat in the Hat. Holy shit, that movie's terrible. But yeah, I wanted to go through a couple of movies that I went through. So the first movie that I reviewed, as you can see here, is The Land Before Time. I gave it a 5 out of 10. I don't remember exactly. The characters were mixed bag. Littlefoot was well written in it as a coming-of-age character trying to cope over the loss of his mother while continuing a long and arduous journey that they couldn't finish together. I did not like Ducky. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Ducky. The voice acting was good. Yeah, the voice acting was pretty good. Oh yeah, the soundtrack was fucking phenomenal. I especially loved the, what the fuck was the song during the credits? Yeah. If nothing else, at the very least, look for the soundtrack. If you're not going to see the movie. I really want to watch some of the other Land Before Time movies. I know that the rest of the movies after this point pretty much just became musicals geared specifically for children. I don't think they're Don Bluth movies, though. I think this might be the only Don Bluth Land Before Time. Charm was very hit and miss. Yeah, the movie did have its charming moments here and there. I may be giving this a higher score than I should because of my nostalgia for it, so take it with a grain of salt. Yeah, I think maybe 5 out of 10 might just be, I think it might be, 2. Fair. But yeah, it does have really good animation, too. Yeah, I think the animation might be the one thing giving the, saving the movie from a 4 out of 10. Let's see. Yeah, Space Jam: A New Legacy. Yeah, I think Space Jam 2 is probably going to be the worst movie that I've ever seen for a very long time. Let's go through this. It's in fact, hold on. Let me go ahead and zoom in so you guys can see this better. All right. Space Jam: A New Legacy. This has to be the easiest 1 out of 10 I've ever given anything. I mean, my god. It was so infuriating that I didn't even attempt to express how much it pissed me off, and it still exhausted me just thinking about it. The acting was terrible, the jokes were not funny 95% of the time, and member berries galore. It was so damn celebratory of itself that it was condescending to my intelligence. Jesus Christ, I hated this movie. Every time it tried to get a positive reaction, oh my god, yeah, I hate when the movie tried to, it tried to have, like, a big Gotti moment, and then all the other characters would react like, whoa, yeah, it was fucking badass, yo, what, and it was like, can you shut the fuck? Can you stop trying to fucking tell me how to feel about something? I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. Tried to force me to feel a certain way. Let's see. The biggest insult, however, was that it was you. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, this pissed me off. Was that it was using the fun defense. Yeah, remember fun, Dad? It's all about having fun. Do you know how to have fun? You haven't forgotten how to have fun, did you? Jesus fucking Christ. And you know what's really interesting, to be okay with anything and everything you had a problem with, but also with being part of the problem. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, I don't think I mentioned it in this review. Yeah, let me read this. To get you to not just be okay with anything and everything you had a problem with, but also with being part of the problem. Yes, it's a nothing burger of a word that's used to justify and defend anything and everything. It's the easiest thing to say about anything, whether it be good or bad. Yeah, this movie is ham-fisting that message so hard down your throat as a way to weasel around rolling 3 times. That's basically the antonym to the get out of jail free card. You gotta roll 3 times, and it's just disgusting. I hated this garbage. And anyways, as I was saying, like, what's really interesting to me, it kind of ties back to the whole like lack of like substantive analyzation, I guess, encouragement thing, is that a lot of people seem to really hate this movie. A lot of people hate Space Jam 2, but a lot of people really seem to like shit like the Super Mario Brothers movie and Ready Player One and the Chip and Dale movie. I haven't seen Ready Player One, but I have seen the Chip and Dale movie, and I did eventually watch the Super Mario Brothers movie before it left Netflix. I just kind of threw the whole like watch and react thing like out the window. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to make engaging content out of that, primarily because of how I watch movies. But yeah, it's really interesting that people hate this. Like, out of all the movies that seem to like specialize in just shoving in as many member berries as possible as like sort of a replacement for like writing good characters, having a good story, having good jokes, or having characters that you can like relate to, or who could be like essentially making like an engaging story that can actually, like, whether like it doesn't necessarily have to say something of substance, but it has to do something in order to warrant a watch through. And if that's something, if all it is just putting in a lot of things that exist, and for no other reason than just, hey, remember this thing that you grew up with? Remember this thing from this other thing? Remember Mario? Remember Sonic? Remember the fucking Looney Tunes? Remember Rick and Morty? See, that's what a member berry is. I think I went on this rant before. It's really interesting to note that that the majority of people who seem to be in unanimous agreement that member berries are just by default a bad thing in anything, they seemingly just seem to throw that idea out the window when it comes to like the Mario movie and the Chip and Dale movie and such. I didn't review the Chip and Dale movie. That was before I created this thing. I probably should at some point. But yeah, I think at this point in time, Space Jam 2, this is going to be a pretty tough one to beat as far as like the worst movie that I've ever seen goes. The Cat in the Hat came close, but it did have a few things that kind of saved it from that. And I think we'll get to that in a second. Okay, let's see. What else did we review here? Monsters vs. Aliens. I gave this one a 3 out of 10. Let's see. Good amount of questions I had regarding the inconsistency of the physics. Missing link, more like missing purpose. He barely did anything to warrant his inclusion in this movie. Yeah. I actually thought that I thought he was going to be like, going into this movie, I thought he was going to be like kind of a like an overlooked character who just didn't really get his due credit, but no, he didn't really have any reason to be in this movie. Like, he only did like what, one thing? that no other character could do in the movie. I honestly don't even remember what that is, so nah. Why was Susan going to marry Derek? Spoilers, by the way. But honestly, who the hell cares? No matter how long she's been with him, marrying him, knowing how self-centered he is, should have raised a red flag for her a long time ago. Plus, why was Derek going to marry Susan? What was even in it for him to have dated her for however long that was? The length of time that Derek dated Susan doesn't really seem all that consistent with how long they've been together. Like, why? Like, why was he going to marry her? Like, what did he need her for? Like, did it have something to do with Susan's, like, public status or something? And this was before she became Ginormica, by the way. Let's see, what else? Dr. Cockroach was all right. Yeah, I thought Dr. Cockroach was an okay character. He was caring and actually did necessary things to influence events. And I think that's basically what I think he alone might have been worth 2 points. Bob did things too, but to a far lesser degree. I think that might have been like maybe worth 1/4 of a point, maybe. The humor wasn't terrible, but there was only half and half of light chuckles and nothing at all. Plenty of things that seemed like they were only in the movie because some corporate figure needed them to be in there. Like, for example, when the townsfolk and the president was trying to communicate with the alien life force, and then he just started playing Axel F out of nowhere. Like, why did that even need to be in there? It was just another one of those for fun moments that didn't really like add to anything. Like they didn't even really make a joke out of it too. It was basically just the president playing Axel F on a keyboard. The action was boring and only raised more questions that went unanswered, like how Susan learned so quickly how to ride cars like roller skates, or how vehicles are able to effortlessly drive up deep inclines without much issue. Yeah, that didn't make any sense. Like, it would have been, like, the roller skate thing, it probably would have made sense if the movie had established beforehand that that Susan actually knows how to ride roller skates. But there's nothing like that in this movie. Overall, this really seemed like such a throwaway movie that you just have on in the background with no one watching, but it absolutely could have been so much worse. Yeah, it's not a terrible movie. It's just a why the fuck did I waste my time with this shit kind of movie. Like, it didn't really anger me. It just made me feel like I was just wasting my time. So, yeah. 3 out of 10. Oh, yeah, the Lego Batman movie. Okay, now we're getting into some positive opinions for once. Yeah, I gave this movie an 8 out of 10. I think I talked about this one time. Let's see. The microwave shot was a really... Yeah, I loved that one. Like, it was just one shot that only lasted, like, what, 10 seconds? But I thought it looked so fucking cool. The microwave shot was a really cool-looking atmospheric shot. I said the word shot twice. I really need to change that. That represented the solace that Batman looks for in being alone while being surrounded in the darkness of losing someone you care about. Yeah, I thought that was a really good metaphor for, you know, what he was going through in that movie. It really stood out to me. The humor was great. Let's see, the humor was great. The animation was nigh phenomenal. I don't know how it compares to the Lego movie, but I do know that movie is actually being offered for free. You can watch that movie for free with ads, obviously, on YouTube right now. So I want to get to that at some point. The animation was nigh phenomenal. Yeah, I love the animation. The characters were well written, and the story progressed in an organic way that wrapped everyone's arcs up naturally. Yeah, I do really like that both Batman and Joker basically had their own story arcs that you know, all kind of you know, tied up, you know, with each other. The music was honestly kind of mediocre. Yeah, I think that dropped at a point for the most part, and there were a few action shots that looked confusing, and it was hard to make out what was happening in those moments. Yeah, I think that might have been the other point. But even then, like, I still highly recommend this one. Yeah, look, see? I don't only ever shit on movies all my life. Fucking positivity monkeys. In fact, I actually have a couple more down here. They're not... I don't think I have any more 8... Wait, no, I think I do have one more 8 out of 10 down here. We'll probably get to that later. Okay, next up we got Storks. I heard a lot of really good things about this one. Let's read this one. I really like the presentation of the dialogue. Honestly, like the way that the acting was in this movie. It, like, if I was directing a movie, I probably would have like directed this movie like in this way. This is probably like my acting, or at the very least, I probably would have acted this way. I really like that. The presentation. Yeah, I probably should have said I really like the style of acting. But I guess presentation of the dialogue, too. The humor was usually good, and I think most of that came from just the way that the lines were delivered. But it definitely had its share of try-hard moments. Not as many as it could have had, but you know, they're still there. There was some good there was some good chemistry between characters. I really liked how both you know, how you know, characters bounced off of each other, you know, given their you know, quirky as hell acting style. Yeah, the plot was very formulaic with a few questionable decisions made by characters, yeah. Let's see, overall, it played well into its ridiculousness, and I'd recommend at least one watch-through, 2 if you don't mind the inferior story. Yeah, I do recommend this movie. I don't know if it's worth multiple watches, but I do think it's, at the very least, a fun time to be had. Like, yeah, the story is, like, it definitely has brown spots all over the place, but I would recommend. In fact, I think Storks is still on Netflix right now, so you can go ahead and you know, watch that really quickly. I don't know when it's going to be taken off, but it is still on there, so you know, watch this while you still can, if you have Netflix. Otherwise, you know, sailing the 7 seas is always an option. You know, just saying. White Chicks. I only watched this movie because I have a lot of nostalgia for it, and it really hasn't really stood the test of time very well, but I don't think its style of humor might really be for everybody, because like I said, I do remember enjoying this movie as a kid, but I don't know, I guess it's just, I guess it just didn't really age well for me personally. Let's see, I might be giving this movie a higher score than I should, since I used to watch the hell as a teenager, but I definitely get why it might not be for everyone. Kind of like, not because of the mere existence of race and gender jokes, but because of how surface level they are. Yeah, I know a lot of people are going to have a problem with the whole, like, race and, oh, look, a man is being a woman, jokes, but yeah, a lot of those jokes, they just don't really do anything all that substantive. It's just, oh, hey, you used to, oh, I bet you were a black guy in a previous life. And then they just respond by saying, oh, for shizzle my nizzle. It's like, what's the joke? Well, it's not like anything here was just, it's not like anything was offensive in this movie. It's just that everything was just, it was just, look, this is a race joke, or this is a man being a woman, or a woman being a man joke. Yeah. It's like, you're not doing anything with it. Like, that's the real problem with this movie. Not that they exist. It's that they don't do anything with them. In fact, I continue here in the review saying, I hesitate to even call them jokes most of the time. They were more like general observations delivered in a forcefully exaggerated way. You know, I do think that it is possible to say really simple things that aren't really jokes in very funny ways. It ultimately just depends on you know, how you present them. You know, kind of like how Storks does a lot of its presentation. It was like the ham was a substitute for a natural integration, something like that. I get that tongue-in-cheek ridiculousness is the whole point, but there weren't as many moments that I really LOL'd at as much as I did when it first came out. So yeah, but yeah, as you can see, like the basic gist of my movie reviews is that they don't really say a whole lot, primarily because I'm not really a movie watcher. I just figured I just really wanted a place where I could you know, express my general opinion on some of these movies while still being able to give some kind of substance. You know, just so I can, at the very least, just so I can be satisfied with what I'm saying about a movie. That way I can go back like 10 years from now, look at these reviews and be all like, okay, wow, okay, I think I have an understanding as to what my opinion on this movie is. Okay, here it is. This is the other 8 out of 10 movie. Wow, that didn't take long at all. Lego Batman movie 8, then 1, 2, 3. 3 movies later, or I guess 3 movies ago, I should say, I watched The Road to El Dorado for the first time ever. I only saw like bits and pieces of this movie back when I was a kid, but this was the first, let's see, September 12th, 2024. This was the first time that I ever actually gave this movie a complete watch through. Animation is phenomenal, so many frames and subtleties, even when characters are just standing still. Yeah, dude, that is amazing. The fucking degree of, the degree, like, it's almost morbid seeing just how animated these movies are. Again, just look at characters just standing still, just not doing anything. Holy shit, so many frames of animation. It makes me, oh god, it makes me miss 2D animation knowing what you can do with it. Holy shit. Now, there is a little bit of 3D animation in the movie as well. The 3D animation did not age very well at all. In fact, that was probably like the biggest reason why this movie's not a 10 out of 10. Or at the very least, a 9 out of 10. Let's see, the characters are well written with unique personalities. Oh yeah, dude, I love the characters, especially the especially the protagonists. Fuck, I can't remember their names. I think they're like French names or something. And I really liked Altivo, the horse character. Even though he didn't have any he doesn't have any dialogue, obviously. But the fact that they even made the horse a fucking character, that was really cool. That rebound off of each other naturally. Yeah, it's got really good chemistry. Characters had good chemistry between each other. The interactions between characters was done in a way that flows well with the plot progression and development. Yeah, I was really impressed by that. The humor was good. It got a decent amount of laughs out of me, whether it was from the quirkiness or the competence or incompetence of the characters. The weakest part of the movie, though, was I thought the music in that movie was just okay. I liked the Tough to Be a God song, but there was one song in the second act that I thought was alright, but the lyricism just seemed like a clunky mess. I think that was the song I was referring to. A clunky mess, and didn't really fit with the general dialogue style of the movie. Yeah, the lyrics didn't really seem to mesh well with how the characters normally speak. Like, it sounds a lot more, like, it had a much broader vocabulary than any of the characters in the movie, and I just thought it was just kind of a mismatch, especially considering that that characters themselves would actually sing some of the music, and it felt so out of character for these guys, having, just suddenly having just a significantly broader range of vocabulary that's expressed in the lyrics of the music. Like, that was just so weird. Yeah, and I think that was another contributing factor as to why I had to take a point off. There were also a few questionable decisions made that seemed out of character. Yeah, I can't really think of anything off the top of my head, but they are there. Overall, this is an amazing movie that really demonstrates what animators are capable of when you give them time to do their jobs while still having a compelling story with goddamn, oh my god, holy shit. While still having a compelling story with witty banter with a duo that maintains their chemistry throughout. Highly recommended. Holy shit. I fucking miss 2D animation, man. Why did 2D animation have to go away? Not even just 2D animation, but the fucking humor and the chemistry, the memorable characters and shit. Like, holy shit, this movie's so good. Oh, my god. Knackley. Okay, I think Knackley is one of the Gen 9 Pokemon, so I'm gonna see if I can try to catch that one. Let's see, Ultra Ball. Wait, is it not? Knackley, is it not? Hold on a second, do I? Let me see. Yeah, because usually the, oh, okay, I don't have this one. Alright. Ultra Ball. Alright, there we go. But yeah, I'm so used to Gen 9 Pokemon having the unknown tier classification that I started second guessing myself. I hope to god I catch this one. I've been ultra missing a lot lately. Okay, let's move on to our next movie. Here it is! Oh boy, I had a lot to say about this one. At least a lot compared to, what I usually say about a lot of these other movies. Yeah, I had a lot to say about the Super Mario Brothers movie. Finally watched this one in my own time. Watched this on September 23rd, 2024. And I think this was actually the day before the movie was taken off of Netflix. So let's go through this. Yeah, I gave this movie a 3 out of 10, as you can see. In fact, I think YMS gave this movie a 3 out of 10, too. Let's see. Hey, I finally caught it. Okay, let's see. I love that the movie went all CG, and the aesthetic design choice replicated the designs of most of the things from their respective sources well. Like, it didn't necessarily have to be like a one-to-one thing. You know, I'm totally fine with the movie, you know, trying to put its own spin on it. Let's see. The environments that the characters inhabited were probably the best part of the technical side of the movie. Yeah, I did really like how, you know, how well the set, per se, the sets were designed. I think they were definitely the best part. Let's see. It would have been the soundtrack, but knowing that oh my god, this pissed me off. Knowing that some of the original scores for scenes got replaced with generic mainstream slop really hurt its score. I think I pretty much just say everything in this sentence here, in this paragraph here. I mean, seriously, how the hell is Aha the better choice than an original orchestral rendition of the Donkey Kong Country theme that was composed in a way that makes sense in the scene it takes place in while still being catchy as hell? Yeah, dude. In fact, I think that might actually be the best song out of the entire OST, in my opinion. There really needs to be a cut of this movie that restores all of the original compositions because they were composed in a way that used the sources in a reliable way that wasn't just a collection of the original music. Like, they're not just member berries. Like, they actually, like some of the songs and some of the motifs and, like, you know, melodies and such, they actually play well within, you know, a lot of the scenes that they're a part of. You'll notice a few, you know, subtle, you'll notice a few, like, subtle, melodies, like the Luigi's Mansion melody. You'll hear that just briefly play relatively quickly during the scene where Luigi is stuck in the Dark Realm, the Dark Lands, I think Toad called it. But yeah, there really needs to be like a director's cut version of this movie. Yeah, just for the music alone. Alright, moving on. Speaking of which, there weren't as many member berries as I initially thought there were going to be, but there are still plenty to be found. There were a handful of Easter eggs that were actually treated like so, but a few of them did kind of cross into member berry territory, like the model R-Wing in Mario's room and the drift boosting on Rainbow Road. Then there were those that just didn't make any sense to have in at all, like the Baby Mario and Baby Luigi reminiscing scene. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, why did this scene need to be in the movie? Like it doesn't really add anything to the story. Like, Luigi doesn't really, like, get anything from it. Like, he just looks at a castle from overhead, and then it just reminds him of a time. And then it never fucking comes back! It doesn't serve as character development. It doesn't fucking... It doesn't do anything. And that Luma in the cell, who plays the whole nihilistic child joke super safe and suffers in the humor department greatly because of it. Yeah, and I think that's primarily because I'm comparing it to something like that goth child kid from South Park and the suicidal fucking child muffin from the ASDF movie videos. But yeah, I hesitate to even call the whole, like, nihilistic thing that they did in this movie a joke at all. Okay, yeah, and I was about to bring this up too, but I say it in here too. And no, the characters reacting to him in a negative way does not make it funny with self-awareness. They don't have the balls to make that kind of commentary. Yeah, that's what I always fucking tell people. But I don't fucking care if there's a character in a movie that says, oh god, that joke was terrible. No, dude. Stop trying to make me imagine that I am a character in a movie who didn't like the joke, as a way to try to make it good. Self-awareness is, like, not the ultimate band-aid to everything, dude. Oh, look, I made a fart joke. That was bad. But I said it was bad, and that makes it good. Shut the fuck up. Like, it's just a way. It's basically like just a way to get away. It's just them trying to get away with making another fucking like Sonic 3D Blast level select cheat code. It's not gonna work, guys. And by the way, the jokes were either inducing or just whatever sauce virtually the whole way through. I only chuckled at one joke. Yeah, that was during the family dog scene. Yeah, it was that one scene where Mario and Luigi, they were basically wrestling with the family dog when they were, doing their first job. And then the family came in to see what the hell was going on. And then they see Mario, pulling the dog out of their toilet, and then Mario just kind of looks at them, and then he just says, "Found your problem." Okay, that was actually a good one, but that's it. That's the only joke that I actually found funny. Everything else was just like, ugh, or like, Anyways, continuing. The performances were kind of a mixed bag. I liked Toad and Luigi's castings, but everyone else was just kind of empty-calorie celebrity bait. Jack Black's performance as Bowser was very hit and miss. I had a feeling he was going to be hit and miss, but I didn't want to say it until I actually saw the movie for myself. He has a good voice for the character, but he constantly slips out of it throughout his screen time. I hated that they made the character have an "I'm horny for her" side, because it really deteriorates the menacing personality that does work for him as an intimidating villain. Yeah, I hate that they added that side. Like, goddamn, he could have been he is an intimidating villain, but like this was not necessary. Like, I would have been perfectly fine with him just wanting to marry the princess just so he could like take over the Mushroom Kingdom. Like you didn't really need this. Also, that Peaches... Oh, God. Yeah, this is probably going to be my hottest take out of this whole review. The Peaches song is terrible and not in a good way. It had no focus or passion put into it, and there was nothing funny about it. If it tried to be a so bad it's good kind of thing, it failed in that department too. It just seemed like an excuse to get a Tenacious D song in a movie without it having a purpose in the movie. I said movie twice in the sentence, fuck. Outside of being a mainstream meme. I honestly don't understand the appeal. I mean, I know that the whole I guess so bad it's good motif was supposed to be, the gimmick of Tenacious D, but like, honestly, I think YMS actually kind of puts it best. It sounds like, how the fuck did he put it? He said it was it sounded like a song that Jack Black just randomly composed on a drunken Saturday night in front of the piano just because he needed to come up with something for like a blooper reel. I did not hear like any passion in this song. Like it just felt so forced. And even in the cycle of memes, Peaches making its rounds just felt forced beyond belief. I honestly wasn't a fan. Yeah. Yeah, I totally get it, man. Yeah, the fact that they, I think Illumination actually uploaded that clip themselves, primarily because they wanted people to meme on it. And they did! It fucking worked! And I actually did hear that song before before the movie came out. Yeah, like it didn't advance the plot. Like, it didn't say anything. Like, it didn't develop. Like, the song wasn't really made for the movie. It was just, it just felt like Jack Black was just trying to make a parody song as Bowser, but it just felt so. It just felt so out of touch, and it also felt so "Hello, fellow kids-y." But yeah, I think I probably could have put all that in here as well. Yeah, I just did not like that song. I honestly don't get its appeal, even as a meme song. You know, I probably should have. I don't know if if it would have been. Whoa, hey, Valix, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Welcome back. Okay, let me go ahead and turn that on for you. Good to see you again. What have you been doing? Let me go ahead and pull this back up. And let me get this on. Alexa, set a timer for 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Hi, Malix. Hadn't seen you in a minute. Yeah, I've basically been spending the last couple of hours, you know, just talking about what's been going on. I'm going through some of my reviews that I've been writing on Letterboxd right now. You know, I went through my my Infinite Backlog stuff. I talked about my Retro Achievements work. Factorio DLC Space Age. Oh yeah, yeah. How is that so far? Yeah, I haven't really been much into the whole I guess like sim management thing, but I know that Factorio is 10 out of 10. God damn, 10 out of 10. Really, holy shit. It must be a pretty big update. Adds a lot of stuff to it too. I know that Stardew Valley just recently came up with a huge update as well. And was this Space Age thing? Was that a free thing, or is that like paid DLC? Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to you know, make the comparison. Yeah, it's just that when I saw the Space Age thing, I immediately, they added like 100 much needed quality of life change and also added tons of content. Oh wow, okay, huh. Okay, so I guess it is one of those like Stardew Valley kind of things. Except Stardew Valley was made entirely by one person. I don't know about Factorio. I really gotta stop doing that now that my face cam is on. Ooh, yeah, but yeah, I really wanted to take a closer look at Factorio at some point. I know that game has gotten pretty popular as of late. Okay, let's go ahead and let me see if I can speed run through this. I don't believe that a movie has to have a good story in order to be good, but if a movie's story is going to be at the forefront of the movie, it needs to not be designed as lazily as it was here. The characters weren't fleshed out very well at all, and there was almost no sense of development between them. Yeah, what a missed opportunity to, it's like they tried to start developing these characters, but then they just kind of, like, dropped it out, like, outright because, I guess because they were afraid of boring kids or something. But dude, you're making a movie. Like, develop these characters. Especially between Mario and... Oh my god, between Mario and Donkey Kong. That was probably, like, the worst offender, where Donkey Kong said that, that his dad was disappointed in him, and then Mario just dropped a little, same. I thought that was going to be, like, the door that they were going to open to, for Mario and Donkey Kong to, like, actually develop start developing a more, you know, healthy relationship with each other. But then they just completely drop it right out of nowhere, and then they just fucking pretend it never existed. And now, all of a sudden, like, after that, then they just start fucking cooperating with each other like nothing ever happened. Like, they were always on good terms. It's like, what the fuck? I think you're missing a few rungs of the ladder here, guys. What happened? It's like they just kept skipping. I even mentioned it here because they were afraid of boring. Dude, I said this exact thing here, but it wouldn't be boring if you knew how to handle it in a compelling manner. You know, there are plenty of kids movies that are able to do so. Let's see, but then again, this is an Illumination movie after all. It's one of their better ones, but knowing how low their bar is, clearly it is not an accomplishment worth being proud of. This movie showed so much promise, being what it is. Yeah, man. Yeah, I instantly had doubts about this movie the moment that I found out that Illumination was going to be making it. God, I even say in here, it just needed a better animation studio working on it, one that doesn't treat the craft like just a marketable medium of entertainment to sell stuff to kids. DreamWorks. Yeah, even though DreamWorks will occasionally make a dud here and there, like, you'll have your, like, every now and then they'll give you a Trolls or a Boss Baby or a Home. In fact, that's the next review that I have here. Like, their track record, DreamWorks' track record, is actually really good. At least as far as I've heard. I've only seen like a handful of them, like Shrek and Home. But I know that they've made Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. I thought that was a really good movie. I think I gave that one a 7 out of 10. Not here on Letterboxd, but it's more of like a personal review. But I should implement that score in this thing. And then I just added like this little paragraph here that just says, "Yes, I play Mario games, so you can't, because that matters for some reason, but not if you like the movie, apparently. I don't understand the internet." Yeah, I basically just said this just so I can say, look, you cannot use that argument against me, guys. Because that seems to be like one of the most common ways that a lot of fans of this movie try to invalidate somebody's opinion on the Mario movie, is that, well, I mean, you don't seem to play a lot of Mario games. Like, shut the fuck up. Why the fuck should it matter? Like, if somebody made a Mega Man movie and I ended up giving it a 3 out of 10, like it's gonna be for the same fucking reason that I gave this movie a 3 out of 10. Jesus. Like, it shouldn't matter if you play Mario games or not. Like, this is a movie. Like, I should be able to enjoy this shit regardless. And yes, I did recognize virtually every single reference or member berry in this movie, too. So you can't use that either. Alright. Just popping in to say hi. I got a patient waiting in the OR. Oh, shit! In the OR, waiting for a spleen removal surgery, need to scrub it. God damn, you too? Wow! Holy shit, Malix, good luck with that. God damn. Yeah, definitely prepare for that. But good to see you again, too. Yeah, I'm still not 100% too. Like, I just talked about my my bruise on the right side of my stomach. I'm still trying to be careful with that. But yeah, man. Yeah, thanks for stopping in. But yeah, I'm gonna get back into live streaming in a semi-regular pace, like come when November comes around, because that's when I'm gonna be doing my my Castlevania playthrough. So keep a lookout for that. But yeah, good to see you again, Malik. Okay, but yeah, that's my I think this is my my longest movie review that I've written. I had quite a lot to say about this one, because I knew that I needed to write a lot about it, primarily because it seems like it's impossible to talk about the Super Mario Bros. Movie without also talking about the general reception around it, especially when the part where everybody who likes this movie is constantly trying to invalidate the opinions of everybody who didn't like this movie, myself included. It's just really hard to not slip into that realm of discussion. But the thing is, though, like I've noticed that generally speaking, not all the time, but generally speaking, usually when somebody has a negative opinion on something, they usually, more often than not, have more substantive things to say about it than people who do like it. Like, not just movies, but just any piece of media in general. Because, primarily because of how easy and how common it is to express a positive opinion on something, that whenever somebody like says that something is good, the conversation usually just ends there most of the time, because most people are perfectly content with just hearing a positive opinion about it and then just not going any further than that. But if somebody who has a positive opinion on the movie hears an opinion from a person whose opinion is negative, then, assuming that you actually have a backbone, the first thing that you would probably want to say is, why did you not like the movie? And that plays a role into why negative opinions are generally just much more substantive than positive opinions. Not to mention, negative opinions generally give you like an easier time understanding why something does or doesn't work. Negative opinions are they're not really evil, but they are necessary to help you like intellectually develop how how like something in a movie or a game works for you. Not only that, not only does it help you understand why you dislike movies, but it could also help you even more greatly appreciate the movies that you do like, because now you start to understand why the movies that you do like could have been much worse. The movies you like could have been bad, but they weren't, and you know why you're saying that they're good too, because of the things not just avoided. You know, understanding the things that things should avoid, movies and games should avoid, can help you understand why, you know, games and movies do the things well that they do now. So, you know, we really shouldn't be, thank you for that. We really shouldn't be, you know, dismissing people's opinions as just, looking for things to hate just because you want attention, or whatever the fucking, excuse you guys, these people, not you guys, specifically, whatever fucking excuse people, like, you know, generally, you know, resort to. You know, people need to get used to hearing negative opinions more often, because nobody knows how to react to it. And, you know, that's why we're getting, like, so many different cases of why so many people are falling into the whole, like, toxic positivity trap. And another reason, too, is because nobody thinks that they're toxic. Everybody knows that they're not toxic, especially toxically positive. But that's primarily because, like, your definition of toxic positivity is constructed in a way that leaves out anything that you do. Which is why you don't think that you're being toxically positive. It's something that you don't even know is happening. You know, it's kind of the same thing with echo chambers. You don't even know that you're part of the problem. And if somebody tries to point it out, you're just going to deny it. And the only way that you can, the closest that you can get to reasonably denying it is by just using your definition of toxic positivity. When the other person is calling you toxically positive by using his or her own definition of toxic positivity. But because, like, there's no agreement as to what the definition of this phrase is, we can't get anywhere. Like, it's ultimately like a semantics game that you have to play before you can come to a common agreement on something. And nobody wants to play that game, even though you probably should. But yeah, all that shit fucking stems from when you're talking about the Super Mario Brothers movie. It really sucks that it came to that. You know, it honestly kind of boggles my mind how this movie became like the second highest grossing movie of 2023, and then the Barbie movie came out and it absolutely shit all over it. I still need to go see that movie. I know that movie is relatively divisive in the political spectrum as well. But from what I've seen from the trailers, it looks like it's going to be a, you know, promising watch as, you know, as far as, you know, humor and charm goes. But I don't doubt that it's going to say some pretty controversial things when it comes to, I mean, I know that you know, a big part of the, you know, the plot of the movie revolves around, Ken creating a patriarchy in the Barbie world. So yeah, that's something I'm gonna have to see on my own time if I can get a hold of it. I don't have Paramount Plus, so I'm probably just gonna have to pirate it at some point. But anyways, yeah. Speaking of DreamWorks, let's go ahead and talk about Home briefly. Gratuity Gucci was such a blank slate, and when she wasn't, she was just unlikable. She had virtually no consideration for O. Yeah, O is the name of the alien guy that you follow. While complaining that he doesn't consider her feelings, and we were supposed to sympathize. Yo, my god, yeah, I hated that. Well, like she was like there was that one scene where she was like blaring music really loudly, and O wasn't really a fan of that. And, like, he tried to get her to stop until eventually, but she just kept refusing, and then he just ended up like jumping out of the car and into the water, and he almost drowned, I guess, or I guess he got like lost at sea. And then Gratuity ended up getting pissed off, being all like, "Oh, you have no consideration for my feelings." Like, but you had consideration for his? You fucking hypocrite. Oh god, that scene pissed me off. You know, not to mention the fact that Gratuity is being voiced by Jennifer Lopez. And you know how those kinds of movies go when they're being voiced by characters who absolutely cannot... Wait, no, not Jennifer Lopez. Rihanna, I meant. I think Jennifer Lopez was being played by... was playing Gratuity's mother, I mean. Yeah, Gratuity was voiced by Rihanna. But you get it, right? The soundtrack consists primarily of Rihanna music in a movie where Rihanna plays Gratuity. And there is such an overabundance of those songs that you'd think that it was done as a joke. But yeah, I do think, yeah, this is, like, predominantly a Rihanna movie. Her voice performance in this movie was so mediocre as well. Maybe a little less than mediocre. Because you guys know, like, you know, superstars, not movie stars, like music artists, you know, being protagonists in movies, like, those usually go really well. That was sarcasm. There were so many instances where it seemed like she was holding back on accurately reflecting how Gratuity would actually react in many situations. Yeah, it honestly kind of felt like she was just in a booth and she was just saying lines. Like, she wasn't really, like, imagining herself in those situations. She was just... Like she was just reading lines out loud. That's really ultimately what it really just boils down to. Alright, let's see. There were so many things that characters did that just made me go, oh, that's bullshit. And the movie rarely makes an attempt to explain the logic behind it, and when it does, it's usually a terrible explanation. The closest that I can remember is, like, this one scene where Gratuity just magically knows how to operate this one piece of, like, alien tech. Like, she doesn't spend any time with it. She just instantly knows how to use it. Like, what the fuck? I think it was, like, during that one scene and where they were in Paris, and where I guess where everybody was like under the Eiffel Tower. The only points I can give this movie is that it has an all-right main theme, and the humor wasn't god-awful in the few moments that it actually existed. The animation had its highlights, but that's to be expected from DreamWorks. And then I said, oh god, this was a DreamWorks movie. Yeah, like I said, every now and then DreamWorks will have a dud. Home, Trolls, fucking Boss Baby. I can't believe Boss Baby is still a thing today. But they generally have a really good track record. I will gladly fucking take DreamWorks over Illumination when it comes to handling movies based on other IPs. Not just the Mario movie. Oh god. Can't imagine what the fucking Zelda movie is gonna be like. I think that movie's also being made by Illumination as well. What a goddamn travesty. Alright, next up we've got Rango. I gave this one a 6 out of 10. Yeah, I was actually pretty surprised by how good this one was. Like, it's not amazing, but I do recommend this one. Let's see. Hard to believe that this is a Nickelodeon movie. Yeah, the aesthetic style of the characters is certainly a bold choice. Yeah, especially for a Nickelodeon movie. But they do look good for what it was going for. The humor wasn't bad, being dependent on its charm and personality. It knew when to take itself seriously most of the time, and the serious moments work well enough while being accompanied by appropriate imagery that replicates a visually pleasing atmosphere during those scenes. Yeah, I do like those moments. Rattlesnake Jake was a really good antagonist. The intimidation factor was up there. Yeah, he was a really bad villain. I mean a good villain. You know what I mean. Well, I don't know about villain. I think the mayor of the town was the villain, but Rattlesnake Jake was just kind of the like, he was like kind of a like a side character, but not really a side character. Like, he was an antagonist. Kind of sucks that he didn't really show up until, like, you know, the third act of the movie, or I guess, like, maybe the second half of the second act of the movie. But I think maybe that was for the best. I really didn't want him to, he probably would have, like, outstayed his welcome in that case. So, yeah, maybe that was a smart decision on their end. The soundtrack wasn't bad, but it did leave a little bit to be desired. Overall, this was a good movie. It didn't impress me all that much in any singular department, but it did keep me engaged the whole way, and I didn't feel like this was wasting my time at any point. So, yeah, it's not, like, it's probably not going to blow your socks off, but I would at the very least recommend one watch through. I think it's good. Maybe not kinda good, maybe not above average. I think it's just good. I recommend it either way. Alright, next up we have Flushed Away. I gave this one a 3 out of 10. This one was quite obnoxious. The animation absolutely shows its age. I don't think this movie even used CG animation. It didn't use any stop-motion animation at all. I think everything was just pretty much just CG. And that's not necessarily a problem, but it does show where Aardman's weaknesses are. There's only a very tiny fingerful of jokes that got at least a chuckle out of me. I had virtually no interest in any of these characters except for LeFrog. Yeah, LeFrog was probably like the best character in the movie. But that's still not really saying much. I still thought that he was just like maybe a little above average. Let's see. Roddy's loneliness conflict just wasn't believable. Yeah, it wasn't. He wasn't really showing his loneliness like bothering him like at all in this movie. Let's see. Boy, I'm getting a little tired here. Sid's only purpose was to start the movie and nothing else. In fact, most of the plot progressed in very questionable ways that just seemed forced or last-minute-y. None of the conflicts really had any tension behind them, despite them trying, yeah. The singing maggots were the equivalent of the annoying theater kids, and they even got the screaming part down to it. Oh my god, I hated those things. Boy, did they get that down. Oh my god, yeah. Overall, this was definitely one of Aardman's weaker entries. Which is kind of odd to say, considering that I haven't really seen a lot of Aardman's movies. The only ones that I've ever seen were this one and the 2 Chicken Run movies. Yeah, the original Chicken Run and the one that just recently came out on Netflix. And I think I would probably give those movies kind of a teetering between a 5 and a 6. I thought those movies were at the very least enjoyable to some degree. But I think maybe the second movie might be better. I don't know. Like it's kind of a tricky thing to judge. But either way, I'd say my opinion on those movies are at the very least positive, on the positive side of the rating scale. All right, let's move on to our next movie, which is Pokemon Defective Pikachu. I gave this movie a 2 out of 10. Yes, I actually thought this movie was worse than the Mario movie. Let's see what I have to say. I don't have a lot to say about it, but it's almost relatively sizable. Wow, this movie was bad. It was so bad. Not Space Jam 2 bad, but wow, it's bad. The acting was amateurish and hammy. The choreography, oh my god, the choreography looked so clunky and unfocused and hindered even further by highly questionable camera cuts that don't make shots flow well into each other. And the attempts at humor, well, at least they were attempts, I'll give them that. Mediocre attempts, but attempts nonetheless. The Mr. Mime scene was not as funny as everybody was making it out to be, probably because it was dragged down by the tame acting, and yet this is still the best part of the movie, which is just embarrassing given how low of a bar that is. And oh god, this part. Oh god, the Pokemon. Why did they think that this was the best direction to take their design? No joke, the low-effort models that you see in these live-action commercials for the video games look way more appealing than the creepypasta shit they went for here. How the hell is everyone saying that this isn't nightmare fuel? I don't get that. I'm sorry, but I have to push back on this. The fact that the people calling Pikachu cute are in the majority is absolutely mind-boggling. What, are spiders cute too? Yeah, I don't understand. Like, every time I look at Pikachu, I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's ugly. I think they probably could have made it look appealing if they just cut back on the amount of fur that was on it and then maybe shrink its eyeballs. Or maybe shrink the pupils a little. I do think that there is a way that you can make it look appealing, but this just wasn't it. Yeah, I think there was just way too much fur on a lot of these Pokemon. Oh, and the member berries. Here we go. While there weren't that many, some of them are just being ham-fisted down your throat. More ham-fisting, because they're just so goddamn delicious. Like, God, yeah, it honestly kind of irritated me anytime you hear a character just call out the name of a Pokemon. Oh, look, it's Greninja. Look, it's a Flareon. Look, it's Torterra. See, guys? We know what Pokemon are too, see? Look, it's a Charizard! It's like, fucking do something with it! The only reasons that this isn't a 1 out of 10 is because there... Oh, whoops, I missed an E here. There were a couple of songs from the OST. Yeah, I did like a few of the songs from the OST. You know, 1 or 2 jokes. Yeah, especially the low energy songs, where the characters were just kind of like either like sitting down or talking, or like one character's just kind of like looking over like an area or something. Yeah, it did have a couple of good songs in the OST. 1 or 2 jokes that I lightly chuckled at, and the decent variety of Pokemon that they at least attempted to represent in this movie despite their hideous looks. Maybe they should tone down the number of Sneasels in the city. Yeah, I remember, like, one shot near the end of the movie that had, like, what, 12 fucking Sneasels in it? Just littering the damn road? Like, goddamn. How many Sneasels can you fit in one shot? Okay, and then I've got one more review here. This is the last one that I reviewed. the Cat in the Hat one. But, holy crap, this movie. I can totally see why it got the reputation that it has. The set design looked like it wanted to do something unique with its bright and vibrant colors, but it still somehow looked uninspired. Yeah, I honestly don't know how exactly to explain it. Like, I didn't like the other set design in this movie, yet for some reason, I like the set design in Barbie Land in the Barbie movie. You know, based on what I've seen in the trailers. I think maybe it's because there was just, like, too many clashing colors that just didn't really look right with each other. That might have something to do with it. The choreography was super clunky, more clunky choreography, and the acting was horrible from virtually everyone except for maybe Joan's boss, or Joan's boss, and there was very little chemistry between everybody. The cat's design looked so disgusting. Mike Myers looked like he was just miserable being in this movie. His acting made his character look like he was so pissed that he was here, as suggested by the overly sarcastic nature he talked and behaved, almost as if he was here against his will. Hold on a second. No way, OBS is fucking up again. Almost as if he was here against his will. His constant laughing sounded like he was in so much agony. God, I remember him laughing. I think it would go something like, oh my god, that was... Like, Jesus Christ, like, that's the kind of laugh that you would, like, hear in a fucking horror movie or something. I'm sorry if I scared anybody. I find it so hard to believe that any regular person, let alone child, would ever want to be around this character. I'm sure most people would be terrified to even be in the same building as him. The fish added virtually nothing to the movie. I can't remember the fucking fish's name. He could have easily been cut from the movie altogether. Like, he actually had, like, an influence in the original book. I don't remember exactly how. I remember him, you know, actually telling off the cat one time. And I'm referring primarily to the animated movie. But I have to go back and watch that movie at some point. Anyways, the only thing I kinda liked, believe it or not, were a couple of jokes from Myers. they gave me just enough chuckles to save the movie from being a 1 out of 10. So it's definitely a rung up from Space Jam 2, like I was saying earlier. My real rating is still only a 1.5 out of 10. I didn't think it could actually be that bad. I just had to see it for myself, and I did, so now I'm in the majority. Which seat can I take? Yeah, man. That was fucking horrible. But yeah, kinda sucks that I've been seeing, you know, just primarily watching a lot of bad movies. But I think if I were to look at my my ratings, let's see. I want to see exactly where my my ratings are. I did watch a few more movies than what I reviewed here. Let me see if I can find the. Okay. Yeah, I see 17 ratings. Yeah, I got 17 ratings, and you can see I also rated Fantasia. That was a 9 out of 10. Whiplash is a 9 out of 10. What else? Joker was a 7 out of 10. I heard some really bad things about Folie à Deux. And I heard the ending to this movie, and I was like, oh yeah, I could totally see why people were pissed off at this movie, at the sequel. I also rated the Sonic movie, didn't review that one. And I also saw The Matrix. I didn't give this movie a rating because I'm not entirely sure how to feel about it. I honestly can't remember anything about this movie aside from some of the dialogue. I just don't think I'm really in a good position to be able to rate this movie. I really wish I could go back and watch this one on Netflix, but unfortunately it got taken off. I didn't see any of the other Matrix movies. This is the only one that I've seen, so I honestly can't even guess at a rating. I really want to watch this movie again. I might just take this off of my rating thing. Because I really don't know. Okay, but yeah, that's those are all of the movies that I reviewed, or at the very least reviewed and watched on Letterboxd. Needless to say, I had the most to say about the Super Mario Brothers movie. But you know, regardless of what my opinion is on all these movies, you know, it's kind of the same deal with video games. I'm glad that I watched every single one of them. Even the shitty ones. Because now I can talk about them. Whew. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much everything that I've been up to. I also wanted to one last thing I wanted to showcase was this I really wanted to showcase this this Embervale game that I've been playing lately. I think this is the game that was created by the guys who made the Pokemon Community game. Apparently they've been working on this game for 3 years or something. So I've just been that and developing perspective. Yeah, I really wanted to watch the Everything Wrong with Super Mario Brothers movie video just so I can offer you guys like a commentary from a perspective of somebody who didn't like the movie, because there were 2 other videos that did that, but both of those guys also like the Mario movie. So. But unfortunately, I've been kind of running for about 4 hours here, and I've got some other stuff that I needed to do. But yeah, I just really wanted to showcase this Embervale game really quickly, you know, to cap things off. Yeah, as you can see, I chose my warrior class. I honestly don't know what would be a very good build for my warrior. I've basically been putting everything in strength, you know, primarily because that's no, not warrior. I mean knight. I meant to say. But yeah, man, people need to be way more willing to listen to multiple people's perspectives. You know, it's funny because it seems like a lot of people who are much more you know, critical about a lot of media are way more willing to hear you know, the perspectives of you know positive opinions. You know, primarily because the critics are also they also have a lot of positive opinions as well. You know, I should know this. I mean, I watch EFAP. You know, everybody takes one. Yeah, that's fair. So screw it. I'll go ahead and write the catch up on my end of things here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, go ahead and do that. So let's see. I'll go ahead and I guess I'll go ahead and look and see what else we've. Let's see. Did my stamina refill yet? Yep, my stamina's full. But yeah, you can go in here and basically all the game. What it really is that it's just it's basically just a I guess an idle kind of a game where you just click on a bounty. First, let me go ahead and go and cancel my expedition because I am not getting anything here. And then I'll go ahead and go on my bounty. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to do an adventure. Yeah, that's another thing that you can do. Let's see. What do I want to tackle? I think this might be the best bet for now. Whew. So yeah, once you take on a bounty, then you have to you essentially just have to wait a couple of minutes before you're allowed to to fight the bounty, before you're allowed to fight the monster. And you can also play this on. I have this installed as an extension on Twitch, so that way you can you know, watch a streamer while you're waiting for this timer to tick down, or you can just you know, go off you know, grinding in an RPG or doing whatever. But yeah, I've been basically you know, leveling up once every day, you know, doing nothing but tackling bounties, and that's another thing that I've been doing. But yeah, if this is a game that anybody else wants to check out, then, you know, it has its own Twitch extension. Again, I think it was made by the guys who made the Pokemon Community game. And you know, I've just been you know, sticking with this. Primarily because I was just you know, kind of looking. I just found another game that I could play alongside PCG, and I decided to go ahead and implement it. So there you go. You could also you'd also go into dungeons where you can you know, get other fabled chests. You can you know, craft stuff from your expeditions to you know, either give you more stamina or give you a you know, boost, or to create keys for dungeons, or materials for other items. And I think you could choose between one of 5 different classes. You have a knight, a warrior, a mage, a rogue, and fuck. Let's see. Knight, warrior, mage, rogue, archer, I think it was. It's a class with a bow and arrow. But yeah, there are 5 different classes, and they all have their different strengths and weaknesses. You know, the knight generally has more HP than the rest of the cast. The warrior has a life stone that can steal health from other enemies. I think the rogue has a stealth mechanic where they can he or she can just dodge attacks more easily. The mage never misses an attack. And I think the archer, I don't know what the archer's specialty is. I think it might be I think they can probably dexterity, increases evasion for all other classes. I honestly don't remember. I think the rogue does more critical hits than all the other classes. I think. But yeah, if it's yeah, that's something that you can another game that you can play if anybody's looking for something to waste time with. And like I said, there's also a Twitch extension too. All right, let's go ahead and read up this little. Let's go ahead and go ahead and check out this little write-up here before we sign off. Firstly, if it's not too much trouble, I wanted to ask when you'd like to hear my new chiptune album I talked about a good while ago, just between us, since I'd like to know what you think of it. Okay, I'll just need you to post me a link to it. You can post it to me either on Discord or in chat, or send it to me in a private message, and I'll take a look at it. As I said the last time I was in one of these streams, the music's done. The only thing that's left is the cover art. On the art, and as to why it's taking so long, it's intended to be a genre of art that, despite God, English, motherfucker, do you speak it? Despite spending a whole month and a bit studying on my own, is still going to be difficult for an oddball cartoonist like myself to pull off. Huh, okay. That being said, I got all my references and notes, so frankly, I just need to get off my lazy ass and do it already. Art's just been super slow for me overall. Yeah, I guess I'm kind of the same way with reviews. You know, there's just been, you know, a lot of times where I just didn't really feel like writing anything, you know, even though I probably should. So, I totally get it. The thing is, though, it's just kind of a risky thing to rely on motivation to get something done. Like, you're better off relying on, like, disciplining yourself to do it. And, you know, it's like another good friend once told me. And I've been kind of trying to, you know, live by this mantra, this motto. Never have a 0% day. Even if you're only doing, like, 1% every day, at least it's progress. And who knows, like, maybe while you're doing that 1%, like, you'll just naturally do another percent. And then that percent will lead into another percent. Then another percent, then another percent, then another percent, so you feel like you're done. It's worked well for me. Okay. Alright, the only clue I'll give on the genre in question, I thoroughly hate its politics and philosophy. I think I know what you're talking about. I just don't remember the name of it. But man, is the art that came of it super cool. Okay. That aside, since this past June, there's actually been quite a lot upon reviewing my notes. Getting back into script writing for some future Juicy Talks videos, let alone got back into story writing a little bit. I cannot promise anything will come out of the latter thing. Yeah, don't make a promise if you don't think you're going to be able to keep it. Slowly but surely making another smexual, since its script is 3/4 done, okay. Updating my discography a metric fuck ton, despite still missing virtual instruments to make my life easier in getting this all done. Right, which, speaking of, in purchasing an audio interface 10 days before I could have gotten another super... Boy, kind of getting exhausted here. Give me a second. Boy, I've been streaming for 4 hours. I don't know if I was ready for this. Yeah, I need to, eventually I'm going to have to go, you know, eat dinner here. Which, speaking of, in purchasing an audio interface 10 days before I could have gotten another super important V instrument purchase done, ModArt's Piano Tech 8 Standard, out of a crushing sense of remorse, I revised the shit out of my financial hit list of music material left to buy from making a list of all the instruments I have ever used in my music to narrow down exactly what's missing. Kind of sucks that you have to, you know, go to that extreme, and thus getting my purchasing priorities set even tighter than it was before, and eradicate any possibility of gear acquisition syndrome sneaking into my life. Okay. Had a shitty family vacation during July. Yeah, I totally get the feeling. I have those every now and then. Because the kids sucked all the fun out of it. Probably wasn't the kids in my case. I think in my case it was more like... I guess technically you could argue kids, but in my case it was more like seniors who were basically already kids. So, I guess I can kind of relate. I even recorded my own sentiments and experience during the whole thing as audio logs that I'm still... Oh, wow, interesting. That I'm still editing down. We finally got a portable air conditioner. Oh, wow, that's good. But its intake hose, oh boy, loves to break, annoyingly. I was hoping that won't pose issues later. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that you gotta take a risk with. But you know, to be fair, is it even really all that portable? Like if the hose has to like go somewhere anyway. Surprisingly, I got back into, oh wow, really? Playing into some of my favorite video games or games I grew up with as a kid. Cave Story, Kero Blaster. Yeah, I keep wanting to go back in. Shaman King, Legacy of the Spirits. I want to play that one. Hot Wheels Stunt Track Challenge. Huh. And my art got traced. Oh, shit. My art got traced on DeviantArt twice this year. Same exact piece, too, which is even more suspicious. Shit. That'll be handled accordingly once I'm ready. Yeah, definitely take care of that if you can. Yeah, plagiarism is not fun. Like, Lord knows I had to deal with it myself, like, back in the Little Big Planet community. Like, I had my song stolen a few times. In fact, one of them, I distinctly remember one of them tried to enter one of my songs into a music making contest, and then the host had me come in and listen to it and said, "Yep, this is definitely my song." Well, to be fair, it wasn't like exactly my song. It was just the guy basically just copying and pasting a lot of my melodical progressions and posting it into his or her song, and then just calling it an original thing. Like the person didn't even fucking bother to credit me either. Like he or she was just trying to pass it off as like his or her own original thing. And I guess somebody else recognized the melody from the chorus, and then brought it to the host's attention. Then came to me, and I verified it. Yeah, this is my melody. So yeah, I totally get it. That's everything. Told you it was a lot. Sorry. No. It's fine. Like for me, it's basically just like another lazy like Tuesday at the supermarket. I love talking about this kind of stuff. That's another reason why I love streaming so much. Oh my god, that happened to me too. I had all of my evidence for a Jisoo Rants video on it and everything too. Oh, you too, huh? Yeah, I kind of did something similar, but it wasn't any of my songs. I think it was actually during my my Closed-Minded Ignoramus's video, where I talked about like somebody stealing a song from somebody else. It was like closer to the end of the video. I think the video was focused primarily on the Little Big Planet community, like in general. Oh man, that was a long time ago. Okay. All right. I think that's all I'm gonna be able to muster up. Okay, let's see, I don't exactly know how I want to wrap this one up. I highly doubt there's anybody I can raid. Let me see who's, apparently Rod Marzum is, streaming right now. Well, like, his, notification just popped up, lately. I don't know if there's anybody that I'm following right now that I can raid. It doesn't look like it. Oh, wait, actually, yes there is! We got Hi Vey. Hi Vey just started on Hotel Dusk, room 215, I think it was called before the title disappeared. So yeah, let's go ahead and say hi to Sai and Vey. Okay, so boy, yeah, it's gonna be that's fair. It was nice hearing from you again, though. Really glad to hear that you Yeah, like I said, I'm not 100%. I'm still dealing with a bruise. It's settled down for now, but there are going to be some days where it's going to start acting up. In fact, I was actually still like kind of taking a risk doing this stream right now, but I do want to get back into, hopefully I will have gotten back into like a regular like streaming schedule of sorts by the time November comes around when I start playing Castlevania. But before then, what I really want to do is my birthday stream. I think I told you about it earlier. I want to do a a full commentary on my my 50-minute Sonic video, just to see what's different with me now and how I was back then. But that's gonna be my birthday stream. I have an idea for a Halloween stream, but I'm gonna it's not really a big deal, but it is a game that I've been meaning to play for a long time, ever since Stromboli introduced me to it for the first time. But if we can't do it, if I can't do it, then it's no big deal. But yeah, definitely keep a lookout for. Wait, before we raid out, I've got to capture this one. Like this is another event spawn. I do not want to miss this. And by the way, if anybody's wondering, the song that I've been playing in the background is from a homebrew game called Super Mario Bros. CD. This is the menu theme from that game. Apparently, it's supposed to be a technical accomplishment of sorts, where it's being made for like a fictional console called the Famicom CD. It's still in its like there's a demo out right now that you can play. Like the full game isn't out yet. I'll definitely be sure to make sure to be there for. Okay, yeah, thank you for the thought. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys. Man, it's so good. God, it's so good to be back doing this. Okay, let's go ahead and let's go ahead and raid High Sci-Fi. So yeah, next time I stream, before my birthday stream, I really want to do a Smash Ultimate View Arena because I really need to break back into you know, somebody. I've been trying to pick up Simon and Banjo again, you know, since I haven't been playing for a very long time, but that's what to expect next. So keep a lookout for that if anybody wants to you know, do that. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and raid out. I'll let you guys know on Discord when I end up streaming again. I'm the Negative Ion. See ya.